Right, kia ora everyone. We want to go to... Let's go to the screen here for a minute. Hi. Right. Let's double check YouTube's coming through. Yay, it's working. Winter, hello, hello. You're here early and I actually started on regular time, so... You probably would have been right on time if I had managed to go live early this morning. And Sammy and Vi, kia ora, hello, hello, welcome in. It is actually 10 AM when I'm starting today. Yeah, last few streams I've managed to be ready super early and gone live super early, but this morning, nah. This morning we went live, we still went live on time, so that's, you know, something. I wasn't even sure I was going to make this, to be honest. I am feeling absolutely shot today, so we're going to see how we go. Zoe, hello, hello. But yes, we're back. We're going to keep working on our Thomas Kinkade page and see how we go with the Tangled page, and hopefully all going well, we'll finish it today. That would be amazing, a girl can dream. But I'll give you a heads up now, I'm feeling so drained today. Yesterday was a massive social day, including lots of errands, and then we had a family birthday. It was my uncle's birthday, so went for that last night. Luckily, Mum had also had a long day and was very understanding when I kind of said, look, I'm in a lot of pain, could we look at bouncing soon? So we did leave sort of early from it. But then as we were getting home, my ankle gave out and did not fall, did not go into hospital, but did roll my ankle again. So that's just like, cool. So we're all strapped up. We're in a bit of pain today. It was a big day followed up, but you know, we're still making it about not going into hospital. I was just like, oh gosh, I was so glad that I managed to catch myself before I fully fooled and just rolled my ankle, because I really wanted to try and make it this whole year without a hospital admission. And I was like, if I went into hospital the week before Christmas and like 3 weeks before the year ends, it was like... But we're okay, we're okay. The amount of times I've rolled my ankle, it's my very bad ankle. It's a part of the reason why I have to use a walking frame. It's a very weak ankle. I'm meant to continually keep it strapped up, but I absolutely hate wearing the strap on it. It's super uncomfortable, but it's on there for a reason. So we've got the compression bandages back on. I've got the actual supportive strap frame femur bob around it that keeps the ankle in line, and we'll just be gentle on it for a couple of days and it'll be fine. I know how to do all the physio exercises like the back of my hand. I have all the pain medication, so this is why I just don't go to the doctor for it at this point, because it's like, I've done this so many times, it's not even worth me recording, because it's just another rolled ankle. Yeah. Your hair looks cute, thank you. I was wanting to diet this week. This is how long it's been since I've dyed my hair. I miss my blue hair, and I was going to dye it this week, and that did not happen, and so yesterday I conceded and actually washed it. So it'll be a few more weeks before it can be bleached again. But I was going to dye it and bring it back to blue. But yes, that's why these ends are so green, because originally my hair was blue, and it was blue for many a year, and then we've had probably almost a year? No, when was the last time I coloured it? I know I did it in August of 2023, and I feel like I did it around January as well. I feel like it's almost been a year since I've bleached and recoloured my hair, so definitely well overdue. But we'll get there eventually. In the meantime, keeps it up, keeps it out of the way, stops it being annoying. We're in complete PJs today. It is just a chill day. It's also a free power day here, so I have got a cinnamon loaf on in the bread maker. Mum's got like all the laundry going. We've got the crock pot going, so lots of stuff happening around the house. But our main goal for the day is our colouring page. So this is where we left off last time. Oh, hay fever's already starting. So we managed to get the lanterns all done, and we were working on the sky, and I was pretty happy with how the sky was progressing. I'm very happy with the lantern glow, and especially as we colour in that background, it's making these lanterns look even more glowy. So yeah, I feel like we're making some good progress. Now I did write down my colours because I had a feeling that I would need to put away all the pencils and forget and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, I still have the Pablos and the Prisma out here. But we just need to pull a bunch of colours, and of course I didn't swatch them and I didn't put them in any colour order, so it's going to be how many colour pencils can I identify by just a number. 199 is black, 232 and 235 are greys and they're cold greys. So 235 and 232, so cold grey 6 and cold grey 3. But how are we all going today? I'm so sorry, I'm gonna have to mute for 2 seconds. Hay fever. Ugh. How's your day going, everyone? Alright. I know, I think 247 is the purple. No, 249 is mauve. Maybe it's... This one, 247 was also a purple. Alright, there's 136. Nine is pink. Two 247 is indifferent blue. Okay. 232 is a light grey. 134. I think you're another purple from memory. Four. 235 is the cold grey, 119 is light pink, and then black for 199. Yes, drones everywhere. Quite surprisingly, but I've had to take one of the cats to the ER. She got a really nasty infection. They're even suspecting possible cancer. Oh no, Winter, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds not pleasant at all. Fingers crossed the fur baby's okay. Hopefully they, like, it doesn't come back and it's just a bad infection and some antibiotics and it'll be all good. It's not good when the fur babies aren't good. Alright, so we were just laying on layers and layers of pencil to just smooth out our background. And just build up the smoky grey, purpley, pink, blue tones of the background. Let's hope, poor girl, indeed. It's not good when the fur babies aren't good. Shadow is asleep somewhere. He's a little mad at me because he decided to sleep. So there's 2 steps here that I still have to negotiate, but they're wide steps so I can kind of work my walking frame on them. So that's to go down to, like, this house is split level, so the bedrooms and the hallway and the bathroom is all on one level, and then there's a ground floor which is the laundry and the storage. That's a full flight of stairs or me taking the outdoor ramp. But then the lounge and the kitchen is down 2 steps, so it's still this level but it's slightly lower. And And so because of that, to go to the kitchen and to go into the lounge, I have to go up and down 2 steps. And I manage it. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, 2 steps is not too bad, but certain days it's a lot. And Shadow likes to sleep on those steps because the sun comes in the morning there, so he'll sleep on the step in the sun, which it's like fine as long as I can lift my walking frame over him and get it to the ground, then it's no trouble. But of course this morning I haven't got the mobility, so I'm having to use each step to help negotiate down. And I accidentally hit him on the head with my walking frame, and the look he gave me, and I'm like, well, you're the one in the main pathway, cat. You're the one that's blocking me. Like, the cat is the most functional creature in this house at times with mobility. Just don't sleep on the step. Not a hard problem. Yeah, how dare he? The cheeky little sod. He came in here, not last night, but the night before. And it was about midnight. And I was like, I wasn't quite ready to go to bed. I knew I'd be going to bed within the hour. But he came in here and Mum had gone to bed. And so he just starts attacking me. And he's got a very specific meow when it's like, you should be going to bed. And he just starts like batting my leg to say, go to bed, go to bed. I'm like, cat, I'm not ready to go to bed. And so he keeps trying to bat at me to go to bed. And then he realizes I'm not going to bed. So he goes out into the kitchen. He has some of his food. Wanders around the house a little bit. I hear him yelling and exploring. And then he comes back into the room. And then he starts batting me again. And it's like he's saying, go to bed. And I'm like, well, fine. I'll go to bed, cat. So I pick him up and put him on the bed. And then he immediately settles down. It's like, just because you're tired, you can go and sleep on the bed without me, Shadow. You have offended his ancestors, dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Oh, Mulan. Mulan is such a good Disney film. The original. Music in it. Top tier. Oh. I don't think there's actually a Mulan page in here now that I think about it. No. This should be. There should be for sure. Yeah, there could be in one of the follow-up ones. But it should be one of this one. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I may be yawning a little bit today. I can feel I'm pretty, like, sleepy. And if this, like, book becomes too challenging for me and it takes too many brain spoons, we may switch books. Because I've got plenty of things I want to colour. This month is meant to be all about, like, me trying to get through all my holiday pages that I don't usually colour in. And I keep getting swayed by non-holiday pages. Which, I mean, I'm still colouring, and that's the point of it. Like, it should be just colouring what I want. But I'm also like, but I want to colour all this. But I also want to colour all this. But I also want to colour all this. Just have to colour more. That's the solution. I just need to colour more. Speaking of, is anybody colouring along today or working on their own projects? What are we all up to? It does get kind of light around here, so we're going to use the Pablos. I'm so sorry, I've got you zoomed right out again too. Bring you in so you can actually see what I'm working on. Bridgie, hello. Hope not getting sick. Oh, I hope you're not getting sick too. I am a little sniffly today, but it's not me being sick, it's allergies. Because my allergies have been going nuts at the moment. It's the season. Ugh, pollens in the grasses. Haven't even started Christmas colouring yet. I'm working on another page of Fairy Tales and Folklore. It's such a good book to work in, Zoe, so I understand. I mean, I'm part of the Doodle Robot group, and there's a page in there that was chosen as a group buddy, and I haven't even started that one, and I haven't even got an idea of what I'm doing for that one, so yeah. This one, it's like, I don't know. Pattern colour by number to clear my brain. Got foggy. I get foggy this time of day, but waiting for an Amazon package to arrive. It's Vintage Cars and Trucks colouring book. Due any minute for the hubby. Nice! Nice. Colouring books are actually really good Christmas presents to give. I brought a digital colouring book. I printed a copy for me, but I got one for one of the nibblings, which is this one here, which if anyone has a young child / niece or nephew that they need to buy something for, Colouring Heaven Paper Dolls issue is actually a really cool issue. I printed a copy for myself as well while I was at it, so I got it digitally, and then I got it printed on quite thick card. And it's literally 48 pages of paper dolls. So I did the like little Lolita one. So I wanted to have like an example ready to go for nibbling on Christmas Day. So that, you know, but it was like such a trip down memory lane, because I was like, oh my gosh, I used to, you know, do this all the time as a child. So yeah, I just sat there with water-based markers on Friday night and just quickly coloured in, and I used some little gem stickers to like add little bits to the dresses, and yeah, so it was super fun. But this nibbling is very into fashion dolls, and in particular dressing the fashion dolls, so I was like, this would actually be quite a good present for them. Because they like doing arty things, and I like to give arty gifts and stuff like that. So, yeah. So just fun little paper dolls kit. Such memories. And it's really quite a cute little thing. So, and because these 48 pages, there's essentially 48 dolls in here. So, wait. So yeah, I got that printed. It goes through like lots of different eras. There's even like a mermaid one in here, and lots of princess dresses, and as well as like 40s, 50s, 60s. These like sword and warrior ones that have like armor. And you can see, whoops, I put the one that I started using in there. I put in some little crystal stickers. It has plenty of markers and stuff. And I just have to check if the nibbling is old enough for a pair of scissors. I'm sure that they have the skills for scissors, but I still prefer to check with parental units before I give scissors, but I just put them in there to keep safe. So yeah, that's one of my nibblings Christmas presents. It's quite fun, so if you need an idea, yeah. You're in that group. you're working on the book belongs to page, but I might start the next page after so I can say at least I've coloured something festive. Yeah, I just don't have an idea, Zoe, of what to do for the page. Like, I'm really stuck on an idea, and I've looked at it a couple of times, but until something comes into my head, it's gonna be just on like the, yeah. I don't see as many companies making paper dolls available for sale. I had paper dolls when I was a child in the 90s. Yeah, I also had a paper dolls when I was younger too. And I used to remember drawing my own paper dolls too. So yeah, that is Colouring Heaven. It's available as a digital download, which is why I got it. I got it on Etsy because I had 25% off on Etsy as well. It was actually cheaper for me buying it on Etsy than it was me buying it on their website, so. And it won't let me bring it up. Not that I'm aware of, Brittany. I know that the Fairy Tale and Folklore group is an Instagram group. So I feel like most of it's Instagram, not Facebook. It's not coming up. It's not letting me look for it. So, yeah, but if you just search Colouring Heaven Paper Dolls Etsy, I'm sure it would come up. Alright, I think what in here is actually missing is a lot more grey, but I don't want to go darker, so we'll use the dark grey, but then we'll add another layer of white over the top, and that will grey down this area without darkening it too much. We just want to add a little bit more grey to these clouds. And this white being slightly opaque will also help cover up our black lines that they love to put on. Frame? Yep. Ooh, what coloured pencils are you colouring with? I'm colouring with a mixture of Polychromos, Pablo, and Prismacolor. And the whole page is based with Inktense. In fact, I don't think I've updated the project command. 2 seconds. So I have used Derwent Inktense to base and using Faber-Castell Polychromos Carandash Pablos and Prismacolor without the U pencils. Alright. Confirm that went across to both halves. Right, so whenever I do a project, there is a command. Commands bring up automatic messages. So if you do exclamation project, when my bot figures itself out, it should post in here and tell us what the project is. It should. It put it in 2 halves, and it put the second half first, which probably too long of a thing, but there you go. I also tried to put it below the video on the YouTube channel, but yeah, I just realized I hadn't updated it, so that's why I quickly updated it. Did you wet the Inktense pencils when you based the page? Yep. So we put all the colors down, activated them to seal them to make that vibrant color, and now we're going over the top of the pencils to deepen the shading and the value. I like to use Inktense as a base because it helps fill out the tooth of the page, and you don't have to do as many layers with the pencil to help fill out all the white on the page. So I will often use Inktense as a base, and it allows me to get all my colors down. Plus, when it comes to shading, so I could sit here and I could shade one item perfectly while the rest of this remained uncolored. But by the time I'm shading that with a lot of white around it, so by the time I finish coloring everything, the contrast on the first item I colored isn't going to be correct because the amount of white around it throws off that light balance. So by filling out the entire page with a flat layer of color, you are removing a lot of the white, and that allows you to see areas that you need to darken more and areas that need to be lighter, because you've removed that white, because the white is your lightest tone. So that's also why I try to shade, like, to get as much flat color on the page. Like, even if I'm not shading, just fill out that page with a base layer of colors, because then when I come in with my pencils and start shading, I can see where I need to darken because I've remove that light, but I can also see where needs to be lighter. It allows me to get better contrast, and it allows me to produce better tones and values, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's why I pretty much always try to get the base layer colored in as quickly as possible, so that when I come in and do my actual shading with the pencils, it's less going back over items. You got it on YouTube. Yeah, it came there. The bot is, Streamlabs is quite slow at posting on YouTube, but it will eventually post on YouTube. If I pull that command up on Twitch, because they work on both sides, it will pop up instantly. But it's a little delayed coming up on YouTube, but it will get there. You know, at least the bot works on there now. It used to not work on YouTube at all, so that's really nice. There are two versions of the Disney Dreams collection coloring book, and the main difference between them is both have different image on the front cover, and one is bigger. It's small. Yeah, so I think I've got the smaller one. I think when I was ordering it, I thought I was ordering the bigger one, but I actually was ordering the smaller one. Bring in a little bit of this blue palish. I'm going to work this behind the town, but not into the town at all, because the town's actually a bit darker, and that will help also with that contrast between having a lighter tone. Darken in the middle of this cloud a little bit. Really amplify that grey. I will say I do like how these pencils are working on the paper. So the paper is really quite nice. It's got enough of a tooth that the polys are laying down really well, but it's not a ridiculous amount of tooth. So yeah, I mean, it is, you can see how crinkled it is. It doesn't really like water, but I don't mind a little bit of crinkly, but I really like how the pencils are laying down. So I will give it that. As much as I've mentioned that the big black lines that they've done are not my favorite, and I wish they had done light grey lines or grayscale, but at least the paper's good quality. And the pencils are very happy on the paper. Sassy Phone! Hello, hello! Kia ora, how are you going today? Oh, allergies. I'm so sorry. Hopefully it's not picking up my sniffing too much. My nose is also so freaking itchy. And yes, I have taken allergy medication. And that's not why I'm sleepy. Alright, let's work a little bit more pink into this area. Bring that lighter in. In fact, I think I can bring a bit of pink in here too. Use that to kind of blend the two together. Use a bit in here to bring it to this real light area up here, and just sort of bring those together too. Yana, hello! Just finished putting out outside lights and some interior decorations. Tomorrow the rest. Oh, good. Well, I hope you're having a well-deserved rest now. You've done the effort. It's time to relax. It's time to grab your colouring book and just chill out. Alright, so over here we actually have some of the town that is sort of fading out into clouds. So behind the detailed areas that they've put in, there's sort of the illusion that there's more town back there, but it's not very well defined. So we're going to use a bit of grey and a bit of blue and just kind of streak that in, and then we'll merge that up into the lighter greys and purples of the cloud, and hopefully it will fade together and sort of look like, hey, there could be buildings back here, but it could be all cloudy. Create that sort of illusion. And then we get up here and it's very distinctly mountainside at the top there. Still in the distance, still slightly foggy. Exactly what you're doing. Fantastic. What are we working on today? We're going to try and get... would be amazing if we could get this page finished, but I'm also aware of how much work we've got to go. But also it's Sunday fun day. I don't have to run off to work or anything, so we can just keep streaming for as long as I feel up to streaming. I don't even have to cook dinner because Mum's got that sorted in the crock pot. The only thing I have to do is at about 12:50, I think the bread is going to be done. So I just have to pull some bread out of the bread maker. Which we don't need bread, but I'm cooking it because we've got free power. So it's like, alright, I'll experiment and we'll try making a cinnamon loaf again. Except instead of grabbing cinnamon, I grabbed mixed spice and put that in first and put 2 tablespoons of that in before realizing, oh, this isn't cinnamon, this is mixed spice. So I put in a tablespoon of cinnamon as well. So it could be a very spicy loaf. I don't know, I'm just kind of experimenting. I changed the recipe quite a bit, so we'll see how it goes. Worst comes to worst, I'll just make an icing and drill that over the top, and then hey, it's a cake loaf. Finishing up a page in Orchard Full of Fairies and just have some backgrounds finished. This book is too cute for words. Oh my gosh, Yana. Yeah, I very much would love to get Orchard Full of Fairies. It is gorgeous. I do have... Oh, distraction time! Because it's me, we get distracted. I do have Fairy Celebrations. This is my only Clara markover. This was a very, very special birthday gift. And it is gorgeous. And I marked out the whole Christmas section. But I realized I put the tag on the wrong place. Because Colouring with Lena put up a post this morning of her version of this one all finished and coloured in. And I just saw like the palette and her colouring in with the fairy colours, like, oh cool. Then I realised because of her post, hey, it's a gingerbread man, and you know, like it is still the Christmas section. And I'm like, oh, I might need to go and colour this one now. I have this book pulled out because I do want to work in it this month, but so gorgeous. Hope my runny nose goes way quicker so I'm no longer... Johnny, hello! Hello! The hoodie I ordered from Mighty Ape cannot come fast enough. I am freezing my entire butt off. Oh. Do the one from Kathmandu, another one from Etsy. I hope it arrives soon, Chai. I hope it arrives soon. Yeah, it's no fun being cold. I am completely in PJs. I haven't even got a bra on. I don't care today. I'm like fully comfort. I'm in PJ pants. I'm in a t-shirt. Everything is about how comfy can we be today. The cold, when you feel it, is awful. If you're like me, you feel the cold real easily. I get cold so easily. Yeah. I have all but one of her books. Ooh. Yeah, there's a couple more I would like to get. I feel lucky just to have the one. But yeah, I was looking at getting Orchard Full of Fairies for my birthday. I'm deciding between that and the Japanese, I cannot remember the name, but like if I say Yururi Mouse, and I think it's Moko is the magical cat, like that series is definitely the series I'm thinking about getting those, and I can get a couple of those for the price of Clara, so I'm thinking I might lean towards those. Do you work full-time or part-time? I work part-time. I am on government support. I am classified as disabled, and I am on a disability pension. So the disability pension pays me a certain amount per week. And then with my being on the disability, I am allowed to work, but only up to 15 hours a week. My doctor doesn't want me doing more than 10. So I only work 10 hours a week, which is 2 hours a day. So yeah, I don't do a lot of working. I work from home. I remote into a laboratory, and I do a data administration for a medical laboratory. I worked for them before I got sick and then became disabled. So yeah, because I use a walking frame to mobilize, and I have some other physical things that do make working a challenge, but I can do a short amount of work and then not be too encumbered. It's mostly the pain of sitting and trying to concentrate when you're in pain can be a lot. But the medical laboratory that I work for is also very good at working with me with my limitations. They process my medical stuff as well, so they know, like, they see my blood work, they know. But they're also very good about, if I'm having a really bad pain day, I can ring up and say, hey, today is a really bad day for me. I'm not going to be physically able to work, and they'll understand. And because I work from home, if it's a bad day, I can work in bed with like different angles to support me. Yeah, so it helps pay the bills. It helps top up my limited income, because the disability pension is not a lot. And yeah, just helps out, and also kind of keeps me sort of in a routine, because Monday to Friday at 4:30 I log in for 2 hours and I do 2 hours of work. So I work 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Short shift, helps the lab out, helps me out. Yeah, it keeps me going. No wonder I always yeah, it looks so cozy when I stream. Yeah. Bras have no place on the weekend. Bras have no place at all. That evil compressing tight objects. I hate them. It sounds bad, but I really do, because also they press on. So part of my condition is that my back, I have a lot of spine and back issues. I have a condition called ankylosing spondylitis, which is an autoimmune inflammatory arthritis. It's a mouthful. It's kind of like scoliosis, and my back is fusing together like a piece of bamboo. That's an easy way to explain it. And then I have a subtype that means that it's also affecting all my other joints and stuff as well, and organs. It's a lot. But the problem is that the two areas on my back where it affects the most, one area is right where the bra strap goes, and they're evil, and they push on it, and it just hurts, and I'm just like, screw you, no. Also, Small, welcome in. Hello, hello. I would like to get Clara Markova's second book, Tenderful Enchantments. I see for sale every once and then. Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I've got the one. I wouldn't mind eventually getting more, but like I have the one, so it's okay for now. But I do really like her new one, Orchard Full of Fairies. Like, that just looks so cute. Be right back. Gonna grab some Mellow Puffs and another cup of tea. Oh, my mum has like 6 packets of Mellow Puffs in her fridge, and I see it every time I open the fridge. But I'm just like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. I have Tim Tams in my fridge, so I don't really need to. I did have one the other day, though, because we were out there, and she opened up a packet, and I was like, all right, I'll take one. Because they were cold from the fridge, too. If you don't know what a Mellow Puff is, it is a cookie base, and then it's got this big puffy marshmallow on top, and it's covered in chocolate. It's a cookie or a biscuit here. They're really, really good. And you can get some that have like a little bit of raspberry in it. So good. They used to also do like a peppermint Mellow Puff. So it had a peppermint marshmallow. I freaking loved those. Sometimes they bring them out around Christmas time. They're so tasty, but I also really love peppermint chocolate, so. Enjoy your lurk, Small. It's good to see you. Also, see, good cup of tea and a delicious cookie. We know the combo here. Although your tea can easily be swapped for a coffee or a hot chocolate or a cold drink if you prefer. Actually, a cup of tea would be quite good today. I might make one of those later on. You work part-time as a Publix is a supermarket type place, right? I feel like talking to Pencil Butter, and she's mentioned Publix before, and it's like a grocery style store. I think I'm remembering that right. Is my brain working? Am I remembering conversations right? Yeah. I mean, part of me would love to, like, some days I log into work and I'm just like, oh, I really don't want to work. I really need to rest or nap or, you know. One of the reasons why I try to stop streaming on weekdays around 2 p.m. so that I can go and have enough time to have a nap before work, because I usually have to nap every day. I'm so exhausted. Because, you know, when you're in pain every day, it's exhausting. I usually don't make it throughout the day without it 1 or even 2. Some days I have 3 or 4 naps because I just will do something for half an hour and then I'm done and I'm exhausted. Some days I can make it through. It depends on how taxing the day is. So that's why on Sundays I will often stream for longer, because streaming isn't actually exhausting. This is just like hanging out and vibing and colouring. Sometimes I run out of social spoons, but I usually haven't run out of colouring spoons. I've just run out of social spoons. But I do really love having the live streams and stuff like that, because, again, I work from home. I don't leave home often, and I wouldn't get any other interaction with people without the live streams. This is a way to socialize and just share a hobby that I love. So that's why I really appreciate you all being here and hanging out, and why I love hearing what you've been up to and seeing your colouring pages and chatting with you all, because otherwise I would be housebound and I would not get a lot of socialization. Of course, like, we do go out sometimes. We went out to a family's place last night that is actually accessible, so it was somewhere I could go. But yeah. Yeah, a few stores I think that may carry the original Tim Tams for sale. Yeah, Tim Tams are technically Australian, but we get them here pretty easily in New Zealand, and they're delicious. Tim Tam Slams are where it's at. If you ever do get the chance to get a Tim Tam and try a Tim Tam Slam, provided you like chocolate, pretty good. I do have marshmallows for sale that are at least chocolate covered. Yeah, so we do have a lot of chocolate covered marshmallow products, but this is specifically a cookie. It's got like quite a thick, just sort of like plain vanilla type cookie, and then this puffy marshmallow on top. I'll check with Mum a little later on and see if I can ever so kindly have one and bring it to the stream to show you. But just when I mobilize out there, because it's a long way to mobilize. Unless she's lurking in the shadows and happens to be hearing and watching this stream. She may not be. She does hang out in my streams though sometimes. She lurks in the shadows and will just be in the background. Sometimes she says hi as well. You ever see Kiwi Mum Tammy pop up on Twitch? It's my literal mum. But yeah, she does like to vibe and hang out sometimes. Just have me up in the background. And then sometimes she'll say hi. But like me too, sometimes she ain't got social spoons. And that's fine. I just appreciate that, you know, my family wants to come and hang out in streams too. My friend suffers a lot and says NAP stands for Necessary Adult Pause. I love that, Zoe. I am going to have to remember that. Taking a necessary adulting pause? Yes. That is exactly what a nap is. Oh, that is brilliant. I'm going to have to remember that. Do you have buy groceries online and have them delivered to you? I can. I don't like to. We tend to do the groceries once a week, and it is a very slow and long process. I am somebody who is a bargain hunter. So our online grocery delivery system, you don't get the specials that you do when you go into the store. So it's actually, as well as the delivery fee, you're paying a lot more for the actual groceries. So it is so much better to go in. But then, yeah, I am a bargain hunter as well. And I am the type of person who likes to, I'm not like loyal to certain brands or anything. I will look at, say we were buying a can of corn. Brand doesn't matter to me. I will look at the prices and I will compare them volumetric pricing. So I don't look at, you know, this can is $3, but this can is $4. I will look at this can is 350 grams for $3. This can is 400 grams for $4. But how much are they per 100 gram? And then also look at the back and go, okay, so this one might only be $1 per 100 grams, but it's only 57% corn, whereas this one's $1.10 per 100 grams, but it's 90% corn. So we're going to take the 90% corn because that's better value per gram of corn. That's how my brain works, and that's how I like to shop. I like to stretch my dollar as far as I can. So yeah, I prefer to do that in store because I like to look at like labels and stuff like that. For me, it's almost like a giant puzzle. Yeah, but it does mean we are quite slow grocery shopping. But I have a walking frame that actually has a seat on it, so I can just sit down at any point and then just sit there and read labels and figure it out. And we go quite slow because Mum likes to slowly walk around too. So yeah, the groceries is a big effort. That's our Monday task, and it's pretty much all I do on a Monday is do the groceries. And then we have a little trolley bag that we fill up with all the heavy stuff. and Mum takes that up, and then I take the rest of the stuff up in my walking frame. So we get it in the house in one trip, so that helps as well. So yeah, I know that we can get groceries delivered, but Mum and I just... Oh no. Oh no. Doing the thing again. Doing the thing again. I thought we had stopped this. 2 seconds. I just need to deactivate all my cameras. Then we go back here. Alright, there's our face cam back. Artcam. Artcam's the one that takes a minute. There we go. There's that cam back. Sorry about that. It's been a bit since we've had that happen, but I don't know what is happening then. Do any of the Tin Tins have milk as ingredients? They all have milk as ingredient because they're covered in chocolate. So, yeah. Tim Tams all have milk because dairy in the chocolate, unfortunately. Back with peppermint tea and tucking my legs into a duvet and 3 layers of worn tops on. Naturally, my tea is in a geology mug. Heck yeah, chai. Love that. Love that. Alright, I think we're okay. I thought we had fixed... I don't know what this is. I'm going to have to talk to my smart tech friends and be like, what do I do now? Because the drivers have all been updated. I've done updates. There's been more updates since I last updated. I did an update before I went live today. So... yeah, so something... because what happened there was everything froze, and it's literally a massive USB dropout for all my USB devices, because my cameras all drop out, my mic drops out, my Stream Deck drops out. Yeah, it's a massive sync up of all the USB devices dropping out at once, and they are all on different ports, so it's not just one port going, it is all the USB ports going at once. And of course now we've lost our Stream Deck entirely, so I have to do manual zooms when I want to zoom in. That's a future problem. That's not a problem we're dealing with right now. We're just going to carry on colouring. Do you have anything like SNAP benefits? It gives you a certain amount of money that you can spend per month for groceries that will not pay for already cooked foods and won't pay for any non-food items as well. Not quite that. So when you are... it's all that. When you are on government assistance, you can get food grants to help out with buying groceries and stuff like that. It's not meant to be like a weekly additional benefit. It's more like you've had one-off unexpected costs and you need some extra help this week. And instead of, and they give you it's a green card, but it's not American green card. It's literally like an FBOS card that's green. And it is a beneficiary card that they can put money onto that then you can use at approved suppliers. So you have to chat with them. So I got one a little while ago, and basically they put $200 onto this card that would only work at supermarkets. And so you have like a list of places that you can go to with these funds. So when I got my glasses, for example, they helped me pay for my glasses because I didn't have the funds for it. And I could only use this card at a certain optometrist to pay for my glasses. So when I got the grocery money, it was synced up that I could only use it at the supermarket. And when you can purchase whatever you want, including cooked items. You can purchase pet food, you can purchase anything at the supermarket that is available to purchase, the exception being alcohol and tobacco. Any sort of tobacco products, any sort of alcohol products, and the lottery counters, which are separate as well. So basically, no lottery, no alcohol, no tobacco products, but anything else that is available at the supermarket you can purchase with this grocery money. So you can buy pre-cooked items, you can buy entirely snacks if you really wanted to, but yeah, it's really designed just to be as a, you've got one-off costs, here you go. The idea is that you should be able to live on the funds that they provide on the disability benefit. Most people struggle, and a lot of people end up going to other services for additional help. The New Zealand has a very high cost of living, and our groceries are extremely expensive, so it is something a lot of people struggle with on the beneficiary. So because I'm boarding, my groceries are included in my board with Mum. We still try to be sensible about it, but it's definitely, the two of us working together has helped a lot too, because groceries for a single person is actually really expensive when you, instead of trying to buy it for two people, because you can buy certain things in bulk and it's just cheaper. But we still try to do a lot of cheaper meals as well, because food is just really expensive here. It's just one of those things about living in New Zealand. Food is very pricey down here. Especially when things go off quickly and I don't really feel that hungry that often. Yeah, freezing leftovers is your key there. Like when Mum and I do cook, so right now she's put a beef curry that she's made in the crock pot. I'm smelling it, it's cooking away. But that's going in the crock pot, and that'll be our dinner, but there'll be leftovers and we can either freeze them or we'll have them tomorrow. Like, we tend to cook for a couple of days at a time, so we don't have to physically cook each day. We prep several meals and then just have it for a couple of days, or we freeze. And that's a lot easier to do, particularly when you're people who, last night twisted my ankle, so I can't exactly stand and cook for hours. I made a loaf of bread and that was about all I could manage today. So having stuff pre-prepared, ready to go, is very handy. The freezer area in my flat's room mini fridge is literally the size of a letterbox opening, so you wouldn't be able to freeze anything really. Yeah. Oh, I've had one of those freezers before. It was a nightmare. Yeah, I have to have a reasonable size freezer because I am the type of person that buys in bulk and freezes. I've always been that type of person though. I've always been the type of person who will cook 8 portions even if it's just me on my own, because I can eat one, save 3 for the next few meals, and freeze 4 of them. Rest well with the ankle, thank you. Yeah, it'll be fine. I just rolled it last night. It's a very common thing for me to do. It's all strapped up. We're looking after it. But yeah, these, it's quite fun to kind of take people around the supermarket with you from different countries, so you can kind of look and compare at different products and see different products, but also compare prices. I've got a friend who's based, I think, about Alabama, close to Florida, but I think it's technically Alabama. And we both had a grocery mailer, and so we were just sending each other products from the grocery mailer to compare prices of, like, this is how much chicken thigh costs here, this is how much ground beef costs here, these are the price of our apples, and we were just comparing prices. So of course there's a bit of, like, you know, like America sells in pounds, whereas we sound in kilos, so a pound is about half a kilo, so it was pretty easy to work that out. It's 2.2 for the exact, but we were just kind of working on 2 pounds is 1 kilo. Like 2.2 to be exact, but we're kind of just working around that method. And then converting American to New Zealand dollars. So there's a little bit of currency conversion, but it was quite interesting to see the price differences and see how much more things cost down here. Okay, so again, it's not exactly the same, but I'm kind of happy with it. I like how it's looking. We may go in and add in even more layers to the sky, but I think we've got enough there that we could probably progress on. So as we move down to this mountain here, we've got to start bringing in a little bit of green, but we also need some brighter pink. So I think I know what pink we're going to bring in. That one's not a hard one. I think these are all my Prismacolor color charts. Oh no, there's my Poly color charts as well. So we'll bring in that pink that we use, the rose carmine that we used on the lantern. So we'll bring in that really warm, bright pink, because that is kind of reflective of the green, of the pink. I know words. And then we want to start bringing in, my color charts are getting a bit faded, so we want to bring in something almost emeraldy, but quite dark emerald. Definitely going to feel like Antarctica compared to back on the Gold Coast. These places on Mars are literally warmer than Dunedin right now. Yeah, all I remember about living in Dunedin was cold and miserable. It was a northeast valley, which did not help. I mean, I lived in Dunedin, but ugh, yeah. Don't miss it. I think we're gonna go with Hooker's green. That feels like the right sort of green. And nobody twists that. That is literally the name of the green. It was designed by someone with the last name Hooker. It is not something else. I know how all your brains work. Hence I'm eyeing out North Island in terms of job prospects. Yes. I want to say come up here, but also I know it depends on what you can find for work, but yes, North Island's definitely, like, even, you know, like, I'm in Taranaki, I'm on the point of nowhere. Not really nowhere, this is a proper town, but it's definitely like an out of the way place. We're not a main thoroughfare, we're a destination, but at least it's easy enough to get to Auckland, to get to Wellington, where most of the things are. I thought it was a green popular amongst people who crochet. I have to admit, my mind always wants to go there with Hooker's green, even though I know, yeah. Terrible name, beautiful colour. There are a lot of colours like that though. You have to laugh at some of the colour names. Sammy, what is the paint brain? Is it Army Painter who like takes standard colours and give them weird ass colour names just so they can copyright everything? I'm pretty sure it's Army Painter that have like wild colour names. Games Workshop, thank you. I knew there was one brand, but the miniature painting for D&D and TTRPG models and like Warhammer and stuff like that, Games Workshop, the colour names that they have for their paint colours, they're crazy. They're wild. Some of the names they come up with. I have none of those paints. I have Army Painter paints. For the few times I have tried miniature painting. I should really sell all my miniature painting stuff. There's a lot of stuff I should really sell. I just can't be bothered selling stuff. It's such effort, but it would be such money that I could spend on books. But such effort. I lost all the rocks I collected from the North Island. Most anyways, I need to come up there and get more rocks too. Rock trip. You just need to go on a rocking trip. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. This is why we are also having another energy drink today, which means it's my second one this week, which is too many, but really is one of those sort of days. We've got our little touches of the bright pink. You need an extender. Like, what colour is Leviathan purple or Griffhound orange? Yep. Like, there's some pretty universally accepted colour names, but then it also can be a matter of perspective, so, you know, like, you can't just call something emerald green and expect everyone to know exactly what green this is, because, like, we can kind of all say that emerald green is a royally green with a bit of a blue base, but, you know, how much blue you add to that is variable. So one brand's interpretation of emerald green is entirely different to another brand's interpretation of emerald green. All the colours have names already, it just is those ones. Yes, Sammy, I agree with that, and I'm very glad to see a lot of brands have been changing. So, for example, because for years Faber-Castell, I still have I can show you what these ones, for years, sure, I still have an old one. It's me hitting my camera, so you'll just be able to see this here. So this is an Albert Dürer, this is a polychromos, so both by Faber-Castell, and their colours match across the range. So this is colour 132, which is called beige red, which may be out of focus, but it is called beige red now. But at years and years they called it light flesh, and then they were like, nah, rebranded all the ones that had flesh in there to not be Caucasian centric. And it's so good to see more and more brands realizing this and going nope, and taking it out and calling them peach or beige, or, you know, actually giving them proper color names. And that's why I really like the Crayola Color of the World set, because the colors are broken down into almond, rose, and golden undertones. So you have the undertones, and it goes from very light to very dark in that range, and you've got a good color range. So yeah. OP nail products are the same. The name of their nail polishes. We used to joke about how wild it would be to pitch meetings for names. Oh, it's half the, like, it's the same with a lot of the makeup industry too. Like, I just look at like the color names for eyeshadows and I'm like, where did you come up with all this? Is it their Colors of the World set? No, Faber-Castell, Crayola do the Colors of the World set. Faber-Castell in their student range do have like I think they call it Colors of Friendship. They have like an interpretation of it, but Crayola did the Colors of the World set first. Speaking of US versus New Zealand, one thing I keep seeing crop up in tips and interviews for jobs, always send a thank you card. I'm like, what? A thank you card for an interview? I have never ever heard of that. I know, it's been years since I've had to do a job interview though. I mean, literally when I returned to the lab, it was literally my manager rang me up and went, hey, I heard through the grapevine that you are currently unemployed and looking for a job. And I was like, yes, and I'm literally about to go to a job interview right now. And she's like, cool, I've got a job here in the lab if you want to come back to the lab. I was like, cool, is it full time? She's like, yep, it's a casual position and I can only guarantee 2 months worth of work, but probably will need you for longer. And I was like, cool, done. And that was my interview and I had a job. But I'd already worked for them. So it was just a case of they were in a pinch, they needed somebody that they knew the work, and I needed a job. So, and then 4.5 years later, I'm still back there. I'm still there. I think Army Painter took out their skin names. You'd have to check. I think most of my Army Painters are older ones, so I couldn't clarify it on current ones. But yeah, because I've got still some very old polychromos, because of course these pencils last ages if you're not shaving them down all the time. And of course there was older stock especially in New Zealand. So I have some that still have the old color names, and I think my color charts for them still have the old names on them, because I think I did these before. Yeah, so they still have the old names on them before the rebrand and update. So, but I actually would need to redo these charts because they are getting a bit light faded, because of course pencils aren't UV resistant, so my swatch charts have become faded with the UV light. So you can see here, like a lot of these pinks have faded because pink is particularly bad fading. That's what these dots are on the side here, is how light fast they are. So more stars, better light resistance. Because that used to be a big thing when I was doing art and selling original drawings and putting original drawings in places, was I also had to consider durability. So trying to, if I had a choice between two colours, it was like, cool, take the more light resistant colour. Learned better, so became better. We love that. So we should. Alright, we're not making the same mistake as last stream because it's been just over an hour. So I am just going to put down the pencils for a minute and do some stretches. I have been like stretching and yawning and stuff, but we are going to stand up for a minute, even though that really does hurt my ankle. Ooh, we're just going to make sure we stretch, look after ourselves, look after our body best as we can anyway. Ooh. 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 Oh. Little stretch, little walk, little bit of hydration, a little bit of chocolate cookie. Alright, so see in here, the lines that they've drawn don't match the cloud shapes over there at all. So we're just going to have to kind of make up sections over here. That's okay. And then we want to bring in a bit of duck. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Time 11:18. Still a little while before we need to worry about the bread. I don't have to do anything with the bread, it's just dump it all in the machine and press a button. Just have to pull it out at about, I think 10 to 1 is roughly when it's going to be ready. We don't really need bread. We've got so much bread, so much sourdough at the moment, but we've got free power today. So I was like, I'll just experiment and make a cinnamon loaf. Why not? There's different summer holidays here. Whereas I'm close to about mid-January. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, all the uni students are definitely away. Today was a big graduation ceremony, so there's probably still wild crowds are out there, and I'm not great with crowds. Oh. Well, hopefully. I mean, hopefully you can just make a satisfying cup of coffee where you are. Museum's quite a way to walk. So far zoomed out, but my Stream Deck doesn't want to work since actually it's been closed a while. Did I close it properly? No, I did not. Let's fully close down the Stream Deck. And then let's reopen the Stream Deck and see if it'll cooperate now. Ah. Yay! Okay, now I can zoom you in properly. Yay, much better. Alright. So I'm just speed reading through. Hopefully you can get through that, Brittany. That sounds like quite a lot. Just have to keep trying. And yeah, hopefully they'll assign you someone better. I'm glad you can, like, get some help at least, but not great when the person they assign you to help isn't really working with you. And a bit more grey around here. Alright, we've done a lot of grey in this hill now. We'll bring in this warmer purpley pink to just amplify that purple, that pink that's already there. Because it is meant to be a more pinky area. And more purple. And this just helps blend within the grey. And also our areas of blue. Some public colleges and universities here in the USA, especially smaller public 2-year community, only have one graduation ceremony per year, at least here in the USA. I know that was a bad voice crack. I know the university that I graduated from has 2 per year. I think it depends on like if they do mid-year enrollments or if they only do once a year enrollments as well, because of course so here in New Zealand our education year lines up with the start of the year. Like I know in the US a lot of your schools start around, I think it's August, after like July is around your summer holiday break, I believe. But yeah, you guys start mid-year, so your school year is technically over 2 years. Whereas here, our school years start around end of January, February. So our school year lines up with your literal year. So it depends. So it makes it a little easier. But that's because, of course, January is our summer. So our big summer break also lines up with the Christmas break. So they have usually quite a big break. Like a lot of schools and universities finish up classes around November, and then there's just examinations. And then by early December, most universities and high schools have stopped, and it's just the younger kids that are in until just before Christmas. And then we have the Christmas, New Year, summer break, and they don't go back to school until towards the end of January. And that's why over the Christmas, New Year season, a lot of families take a big holiday, because a lot of places will also shut down for the Christmas, New Year period, because it's also summer break time, and a lot of people just take a big holiday around this time. The University of Otago always has at least a minimum 2 graduation ceremonies a year. I believe 3, May, August, and December. Yeah. So my graduation was, I think, was it March that I graduated? I think my graduation ceremony was in March, but that was because my classes had finished just before Christmas. So, and then I applied and I graduated in March. Yeah. Okay, so we can meet with you in person. That's good. There is a fly in this room and it's annoying. Yeah, I was talking with a cousin of mine that I haven't seen in a while last night, and she was asking what I was up to. She's like, "You've graduated now, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do nothing with my degree." She was like, "Oh, I thought you were going on to do more study." I was like, "It was the original plan." And I do miss it. I do miss the challenge and the structure of learning. Originally, it was meant to be that once I graduated with my degree, I basically have a 2-year break from studying while I do my practical experience. And then do either postgraduate diploma in art therapy or move on to my master's. Was the original plan, but then we got sick and all the plans changed. Every semester. Okay. Tuesday, Wednesday before Thanksgiving, before the semester starts or close to the beginning of each semester. Okay. The where I got my degree from, which was I did my degree extramurally, so I didn't have to go into class. I did it all online. They have three semesters a year because they have the 2 main semesters and then they have a summer semester, so you can start at any point. And they don't offer every paper for your degree across every semester, but they do across a lot of semesters. So yeah, that's why I didn't take a summer break when I was studying. I just kept studying through. So my 4-year degree I managed to do in 2.5 because I was studying continually and didn't take that summer break. And then also I was meant to do 3 papers a semester, but the first papers that I did, I had to do X amount of papers at level 5, X amount of papers at level 6, and I think it was 3 papers at level 7. And so for all my level 5 papers, because I knew they were really easy papers, I did 4 of them at a time instead of 3 of them, which also cut me down a lot on time as well. So yeah, I managed to do my 4-year degree in 2.5 years by pushing myself. And it was good because by the time I got to the final semester and I had to do my 2 level 7 papers, because they had to be done together, they had to be done last, and they were the most difficult papers. But because of the way I had done my degree, I didn't have 3 papers left to do in that final semester. I only had my 2 level 2-7 papers, but I was still classified as a full-time student even though I wasn't doing 3 papers. So I had more time for those papers because I had a less heavy workload while doing the most difficult part of the paper of the degree. It was a very smart way to do it. You need at least an hour. I mean, 30 minutes is better than nothing though, Brittany. It's something, but yeah, it's hard when you need more time and they just can't provide it. Getting lost in Stickles World, but almost finished. Fantastic, Kiana. Fantastic. We are getting lost in Hillside and Clouds. I do like how it's coming together. Now, I do want to go back in with some green, and where we've put the green, I also want to go over with some black, because this green is just too vivid. It's too intense. But I do like it. And that little touch of pink on there, it's working well. Yeah, I think what I should try to do, if I can, I thought about signing up for like just a once a week type course, just starting to like keep my brain active and engaged, because I do like the challenge. It's one of the reasons why I started learning Japanese. I just do it for Duolingo, but I know I like having a challenge and I like having something for my brain, and I think it's actually really healthy to have something sort of challenging your brain. So it'd be quite good to find like a class that I could go to once a week and just learn a skill, but just for fun, like maybe a language class, or I don't know, like some sort of skill that would be quite good to learn. It depends if I can find something, you know. Right, we need to work this black into a few other areas because it's quite a bit of contrast now with the black now. That's okay, because there are areas of the sky that we can work this black into. Pencil is starting to throb a bit. I might need to find something to raise my leg up. I'll go and grab my cushion from the bedroom. I have like a bed pillow, and it's just a giant pillow that helps me sit up in bed. It's got a bit of firmness to it, and it would probably actually be quite a good pillow to have under the desk to get my foot a bit more elevated. It's definitely needing some elevation. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Can't help but keeping on yawning. Alright, we want a little bit across the top here. We're too harsh in some areas, so we'll just tone that down. Blend that out. We are very quickly getting to the point of no more layers in some areas on here. Great. Just need to tone down this black over here a bit. It's just a bit too intense. There. Haven't ruined it, but we do need to do some fix-up work now. We just use a bit of grey and just kind of tone it all down a bit. That should help. I went too heavy with that black, and it's the wrong choice over here. It is too warm now. So the black is meant to be in a cooler tone. I should have used a Payne's Grey or the Cool Grey 6, but I grabbed the black, which has a red undertone, and it's showing here. I'm throwing it off. But if we layer in our indiffering blue where this black is, that will cool it down, and then it shouldn't be as red in those areas. Please work. Please work. In theory, that should work because that's how color balancing works. Now we've got the cool grey, and we'll bring this in on the side. So we've ended up going way darker on the sides here, but that's okay. This area here, it's too warm. Keep building up the layers. Hope that we fix it. Alright, we need to bring in some light because we've got extreme dark over here, so now we need to bring in some extreme light. We need to bring that in a few areas. We're using the Prismacolor here because I do want that opacity. Oh my gosh, sorry. Gosh, I just keep on yawning today. Honest to God, I do feel like I could just crawl into bed and fall asleep. It was a big day though yesterday. I am a bit drained. Oh, hit the camera. Sorry. And lighten up around here. We're not trying to reproduce the image exactly, Amy. We're just trying to make it read. Not bad. I think that'll work. I think once we get the town contrast in and stuff like that, it'll help too. Alright. So I was looking at it with that folder behind so I could see it just as the image and putting it in a different area, because if I look out here, this is where the light comes from, so it can affect my light sometimes. So like turning it and looking over here and sort of looking away and looking at it can help you see if there are, like, how you're going, how balanced it is. So I know I need to just shade in here slightly and fix that one up. But for the most part, I think we're okay. I think we can move on to some of these towns and houses and stuff like that. Considering going for a little walkabout, so we'll leave a lurk. Oh, good chai. Enjoy your lurk and enjoy your walk. My Mancoon mixed breed named Satchma is lying in the bigger brown hammock I brought yesterday, hanging on the left side of the cat tree, like you did yesterday. Oh, cute! It's good when cats find little areas that they're happy to lay in and just chillin'. Alright, so we've got a lot of blue housing around here. So everything's really getting a blue undertone for the housing. We want our dark greys. I'm sorry, I don't know why I keep yawning so much. Maybe it means I need to make a coffee at some point. Oh. Some of these roofs do have little highlights, so that's what we'll pull out. We'll add in some sharp bits in the highlights at the back to indicate more town in the cloud distance. And then the other thing that we want you, maybe you, probably you, definitely you. Because there's also little windows and little areas where things are lit up in the town. We can kind of dot in and then smudge out with our finger some of the paint pens. Some of these could be also extra lanterns in here. In fact, we might add in some extra. Just some tiny little lanterns. Yeah, I like that. I think we're going to add in a few more yellow dots. Then we add in some ivory, and that like creates the glow around. Little like, hey, maybe this has got a light on, or someone's here, or something like that. Just tiny little touches. Again, you probably can't even see too much of it. It just makes the town look a little bit more alive. And once this dries down a bit too, we can also go in and fade some of those highlights down so they're still there but not as intense. And there's also a little bit of pink highlighting that does kind of factor in, but I don't think our pink's really going to show all that well around here. Oh yeah, now we get little warm tones. I think that'll work. Again, it's not identical, but it doesn't have to be identical. Start off with blue for the castle. This one by Rapunzel here, though, is a little bit more in the light. So we'll do that one more in the light greys. Bring in the purple. Purple's definitely more prevalent as we go up this one here. Highlight there, a little bit around there, pink in there, which we'll add in some Posca to move that back up. Take a bit of yellow, dot that in, and then pick up some of the extra with our finger and push it around. And then very, very carefully, I also want to do this hole, but we want to lift a lot of that off because it's just a very subtle glow. We're even going to go back over the yellow with the purple. Really tone it down. Ivory into this one. That window looks really glowy and bright. And there. So yeah, it's not like, it's a lot of lines and interpretation, but it gives the illusion that our town is glowy and active and three-dimensional, but we really haven't defined a lot of it. We've just pulled out certain areas and most of it's in shadow. Itchy eyes. Itchy eyes. 2 seconds, so sorry. Not good for your eyes, but... Okay. Right. Zoom me out a bit so you can see a bit more in perspective. I do like how it's progressing. Like, yeah, it's taking time and it's causing me to really think about things, but I like how this is progressing. I do want to go in there and I think I'm going to add in some Posca dots. Now, this is not on the original, but I want to add in some extra yellow dots just to represent some tiny lanterns that are maybe in the distance. Just around these smaller ones, just like little spots in the cloud, like, hey, there's actually a lot more lanterns floating up here. Is that on the original reference? No, but we're going to add in some of our own interpretation here. Just like fill out this cloud sky a little bit more with that one there. Because they're so light, we can also just go in with a pencil and colour over them. So if I add too many, we can also remove them. But I like that. I like that just being a little bit more fuller. We might do a bit more of that towards the end. What brand of fine liners? I'm not using fine liners. I'm using Posca paint pens. So I've got a white, an ivory, and a yellow. These thinner ones are the 1MRs, so they have like the bullet tip, and this is a 1M in the ivory, because they haven't found the ivory in a 1MR, but I like the 1M or the 1MR for the size. Poscas are the easiest paint pens for me to access here, but I am aware there are other brands of paint pens. I just want ones with super fine tips. Carrying on. Right, starting with our blue. So this is where it does really fade into the clouds around here. So a lot of this is going to be very light suggestions. I want to make sure we color right up to Rapunzel here. Make sure she's nice and covered around. Make her hair pop even more. No, we want white. There's at least one window in here. We're going to add in a couple, because we can. Fade them out. We use the ivory in the center of the big one. Make that really a glowing window. Yeah, just a little suggestion of a town there, but a lot of that's kind of faded out. We've got a little bit of window light there. It could be a light, it could be another lantern. We start down here. So again, Rapunzel's here, and all these flowers we're going to pull out later on with paint pens. Because it's just a lot of fine little dots. In fact, you know what? Because these little areas of pink highlight in the town. That's actually the right color. Fantastic. So these actually in here some little pink highlights as well. Little reddy pink. So I'm going to use this coral pink. I don't often use this color. I'm going to dot it in and then try and lift a lot of it back out. But we'll use that to sort of bring in some of that reddy pink. Again, we don't want a lot of this, it's just some little touches, and we're going to be fading a lot of it out. Just little touches, you probably can't even see it, to be perfectly honest. One of those, I know it's there. There's not really any pink touches over there, but there's definitely some over here too. That kind of emphasizes the pink in the lanterns. And then I'm going to use the same color on the lantern, so you can see how well it just matches with this lantern color up here. I'm going to use this to actually hide a bunch of our pattern on our lantern, because that black line annoys me so much. And then I won't use my finger because it will smudge everywhere, but I will use a tissue and very gently pick up a little bit of it so it won't be as opaque. And that'll help hide that black pattern, and now it looks a little bit more like the original over here. Then once it dries, we can bring in a white soft pencil like a Prismacolor and just lighten up half of it to match our highlight line. It's going to look so much better. It's something that's been annoying me. There we go, and now we've got a little bit lighter on that side too. I get other brands of acrylic paint here as well as Posca. As long as you can find them easily, use what you want to use. It's just, for me, it's easiest to find Poscas here. So that's why I go Posca. I hate how great this is turning out for you. Only because I know I would never have the skill patience for all those little details and touches you had. I like those little touches. I like adding in those little bits and pieces. It's things we're figuring out as we go along. So I still want to add glitter. That's the thing I'm struggling with the most, is I want to add glitter, and there's nowhere logically to add glitter at the moment. So yeah. But I like how it's progressing. It's like I said, oh, it'd be really nice if I finish this today. I mean, not likely, but that's okay. We're making progress. We'll see if we can get this town finished, and then we'll start moving on to here, and we'll have to start working on the trees over here too as well. So I have to start pulling out some more colours for the plants and stuff and all that. And we will be pulling out some Poscas for that as well, to get those sharp, bright highlights in our trees. Yeah. This is why I like having so many sets of pencils, and why I'm also mixing my pencils, because they have different uses. So the polys, they layer well, and they're allowing us to build up really rich tones and like tint colors, because so much of this example, like these two purples here, but the same purple, except this has got a bit more grey to it, this has got a bit more pink to it. So the polys allow me to layer and tint those colors and put the same purple down, but then layer in a little bit of pink to make it slightly warmer, layer in a little bit of green to make it grey to make it slightly duller. The Pablos have more opacity, but they still layer well with the polys. So if I need to bring in some white or some lighter tones, I can layer in the polys and bring in a bit of opacity without losing that shading underneath. Whereas the Prisma, being so opaque, is going to block out a lot of those undertones. So I can bring in the Prisma to bring back out those lighter colors to cover up those lines. And then the Poscas are obviously the most opaque because they're paint pens, so they can bring out those really bright highlights. So that's why we keep on switching between media, and why it's hard to do like dedicated color alongs, because like I don't want to do a color along and be like, hi, you need 4 sets of things to do all this. Disagree. I think amongst the lanterns, glitter would really make things magical. I am leaning to doing that. I am leaning to also dot on some glitter, but we'll see. We'll see. I might get to the point. I also think maybe some glitter on the water could be quite pretty, like a little sparkle on the water. But it'll be the last step. We might get all the way through it and then decide it doesn't need glitter. Either way, glitter is the last step. It's looking fantastic. Thank you so much, Sammy. I like it. I'm glad it is working as well as it's working, because it's like, okay, maybe I will do more on this book now. Like, it's definitely work. This is not easy colouring, but as long as I'm up for that challenge, it can be quite fun. But yeah, it's taking brain spoons to figure this out. It's a lot of like looking at the reference and then figuring out what I can interpret and do, what I just need to not worry about, how can I create these effects. Again, it's not identical. We're not trying to perfectly replicate it. I'm just taking inspiration from it. You can already see my sky is very different. And that's okay. We're taking inspiration, but it's not going to be identical. We're not trying to perfectly replicate it, because we can't. The nature of the original being an oil painting means that we cannot replicate this. But we can take inspiration from it. Right, we've got a couple of windows here. They are faded windows. Window there, a little bit brighter. A little bit of pink around here. Faded. Oh, this is a big ivory. I want the other ivory. I want the smaller one with the finer tip. And then bring a little bit pencil over that and just down slightly. And calling this page finished, on to the next one. Yay, well done, Yana, that's amazing. This page will be on my IG tomorrow when I have the daylight to photograph it. Oh, I'm excited. Feel free to drop your Instagram handle, hun, if you would like, and then anyone who's not following you on Instagram can go and follow you in preparation to check out the gorgeous page. Same with anyone in the chat. If you want to like drop your Instagram handles or anything like that so people can follow, feel free to. I like people making new friends. Right, where are we up to? We're up to here. So the houses really continue on around here. We just have these two here plus this one over here. Back in. You want a bit of pink on the top of this house, blended in. Dropping my pencils, that's never a good thing. Bring the blue back in. White Prisma to glow around our lanterns. Couple windows, we'll give that a minute to settle and then we'll blend that out. Still got to do behind this lantern for the tree. Some of this is going to be a bit hard to blend out until I do the tree, so we might have to move on to doing some background there. Oh. You need to go right up there, so I stop accidentally picking you up instead of the fine one. Last little house, last little house. because we've lost part of our lantern, we'll just use yellow Oscar. That back in. No lighting around here on this house, so it's fine. Doesn't have a yellow highlight, but it does have a sharp highlight there. Use a white paint pen to bring that highlight back in, and then we use our pencils to clean it up. You can get sort of the housing highlights. And then we can use our white prisma to under the lantern, bit of glow. There we go, there's all our houses done and our town, and yay, sky! Alright, so we are now up to working on this forest area here, so we'll be working in here next. However, before we progress on with that, I am going to take a little break. I'm going to put you guys on the Be Right Back screen. I'm going to pop to the bathroom. I'm going to refill my water, check on the bread, and just do a couple minutes of self-care. I encourage you all to do the same thing as well. Take this opportunity to make sure you have a stretch, hydrate, grab a snack if you need to grab a snack. Mostly just make sure that you're at least stretching and moving, because it's real easy when you're sitting and chilling and colouring along to not move. And it's good to take a little moment to stretch. It resets your eyes, it lets you look at your page a little differently, and also self-care is really important. So you're off to your meeting, may or may not be back after. All good, Winter, you have a wonderful meeting. I appreciate you being here. It's been lovely to have you here. Hope the meeting goes well. Yes, as I said, we're going to just disappear to the Be Right Back screen for a few minutes. I normally would only be a couple of minutes, but I am moving much slower today, so yeah, should just be a few minutes. But we'll see you shortly. Okay. Oh, much better. Bathroom has been achieved. We have now fresh cold water. Bread has about half an hour to go and is looking lovely. So yes, we will be again stopping in half an hour just so I can get the bread out of the bread maker. Not stopping, pausing. I'll put you on the be right back screen for a minute. Alright. So, our trees. Now we have our hooker's green and we will be using a bit more grey and blue in our tree. We need something with a bit more yellow in it than the hooker's green though. Something that looks like it's in the same family but with more yellow added to it. Permanent green is what we want. Ooh. And then the other thing I want to look at, using this as a bit of a tester sheet, is all my green pink pens. Right, you are the same as this green, you're just a thinner version. You. I'm guessing it's not going to be these two. Because one of these is more of a aqua teal. One of these is quite dark. Yeah, not you. Didn't think it would be you. Does give us a very yellow green. Yeah, you're not right. So we're going to put away the light green. We'll keep the normal green out just in case, because there could be areas where that could be useful to, but it's the apple green that's really going to give us our highlight tones. We can also bring in some yellow to that. The apple green is a nice yellow green. We'll keep that one out. And then the other colour that I nearly forgot that I was going to grab is burnt umber and walnut brown. And this is just to do a little bit of tree branches. Just to bring in a little bit of brown, which will also be working into the boat. And then, so the other thing that we have around here, so we've got the trees and stuff, but then we also have the illusion of our soldiers here. So this is going to be quite interesting to pull in because they're just literal dots. They're just little dots and smudges of oil paint. But if you know the movie, you know that this represents the soldiers looking for them. So we're going to do some tricks to bring that in. But we will start with our trees. So a lot of this is actually behind. So from here onwards, we don't need as much green. It's really just that top section. And then that has a bunch of darker green. I'm also working around the lantern, but we've got the glow of the lantern to put in too. Starting with our darker areas. Just working in small circles. gonna also add in our blue to the darker areas. Bring that a little bit more to the lighter areas. Bring that blue into our green. Blairheart, hello, hello. How are you going? It has been a while. I did end up taking a couple of months off while I moved and had some personal stuff going on, but we are back and we're doing well. We're in a new setup and we're just working on this page here, which this is sort of our reference image. It's from the Thomas Kinkade Studios colouring book. And it is very detailed, but it's challenging, but it's quite fun in its challenge. I'm having a lot of fun doing it. Yeah, how are you going today? Love the new overlay, thank you. Yeah, I decided I wanted to update a bit and go like a little bit more on the cutesy side. We've got like a new, pressing the wrong buttons. We've got like a little break screen as well that's super cute. And yeah, I haven't like finished fully setting up, but it's enough that we can stream, you know. It shows what I need to show. It's a job and it's cute. So yeah. The only thing that would make the overlay completely perfect was if the little cat that's in that break screen was actually black, because I have a black cat now. So, yeah, but I still like it. But yeah, what's been up with you? How are you going, Blairheart? I hope life has been treating you well. Doing well. Almost got all my Christmas wrapping done. Still missing one gift, but so close to being done. Nice, nice. It is the season of chaos. I'm glad you're almost there. I only had 2 gifts to buy because we only buy for nibblings, so 2 of them are 2 gifts, and one I had already pre-bought because we found something a couple of months ago. So one of them was brought ages ago, so I only had one to sort, and it wasn't a hard one because I had an idea. So yeah, one nibbling, we found a construction, it's like a construction crane kit, and it's got like little mini diggers that go inside this massive crane and it shoots them off, and it's this massive kit. It's really cool, and it was on a really good clearance deal a few months ago, so we picked it up for one of the nibblings. I don't generally like to just give toys, but this one's very young and at an age where there's not a lot else I can kind of give, and it does make noise and it does have like different interactions that will help with motor skills teaching and stuff like that. And then the older nibbling, I purchased and downloaded and then got printed the Colouring Heaven Paper Dolls magazine, because that nibbling is very into fashion dolls and dressing up fashion dolls at the moment. So it's like giving clothes for a Barbie, but instead they can design them because they're just, it's a colouring book and you can cut it out and you can dress up the paper dolls. So hopefully that goes down well. And of course I got a version printed for me too, because I was like, this is actually really cool and, you know, kind of fun. And so on Friday night I sat there and I coloured in my own little dress up paper doll, and I had a lot of fun with it too. So yeah, just like I put in like little gem stickers and stuff too to decorate the dresses and stuff like that. But I had way too much fun with this. I was just sitting here with like sharp tip markers and just colouring in the things, and then folding all the tags around, and it was like making a little doll with different outfits. Yeah, really just a fun way to spend a couple of hours. Yeah, kind of like if I want some more brainless colouring, I might just colour in another outfit and then cut it out. A good way to spend some time. Alright, this is very bright green, so we do need to be a little sparing. We might need to go in and add some grey, bring down our green, although we could just have some brighter green. I mean, we're going to bring in some brighter green highlights with the Posca anyway. So yeah, we're working on this one, and it's a bit of a challenge book because it is very detailed, these plates, and it's a very detailed colouring book page, but I'm kind of replicating it, but I'm also adding in my own elements and interpreting it as best as I can, because the original example was an oil painting, so it's never going to look identical, so instead we're just colouring as we can. I am enjoying it so far. It's been quite fun experimenting and trying this out. I remember those from when I was a kid. Yeah, I think a lot of us had them when we were kids. So, I think we will end up using this dark green Posca. I wasn't sure about it, but I think it will, because it's like a good medium green. So we're just going to kind of dot this in, and the same thing, use the finger to pick it up and make it less opaque. Smudge it out so it blends in a bit more. Oh, pardon me. Then we've got our apple green Posca. So this is the bright Posca. And so we'll focus this more on the highlight sides and bringing out some highlights on our tree. Same thing again, we'll use the finger to lighten and dab it out. And we can come in with a pencil and cover over anywhere if I'm not happy with the highlighting. Yeah, it sounds like you are very ill, Brittany. I think you probably should take a rest day if you can and You don't want to push yourself when you're not good, because you'll just run your body down even more. If you don't listen to your body and take a rest, it will force you to. It's definitely no fun being sick. A little bit of highlights in here. Okay, not bad, not bad. Now we're going back to our darker blue and bring in our blue to the darker sides. Because again, contrast is our friend, so we've got to add in the darks to make the lights light, and the lighter the lights, the darker the darks look. So that contrast is helping, what helps us with the sort of interpretation. A bit more blue around, and then very lightly there are some very yellow spots on a couple of these, and this will just help tie it into our lanterns a little bit too. Just bring that yellow across and just help the page look a little bit more balanced. So we don't want a lot of yellow, and it's really just on the edge of a couple of trees. We'll bring in a little bit bright yellow, again fading it down. Not that tree. That one at the back we need to darken a bit more because it's really along the cliff line. A little bit of yellow in there. Bring in some more purple below here. Also could read as potentially more of the cliff. We'll use our white Prisma to also bring in a little bit more of that highlights, but not bright coloured highlights, the more foggy highlights. Everything's got that distant hazy glow. The arm in distance, and you can't quite see my details, so here's some indication of highlights and light. Do the bottom of our lanterns around here that would be glowing downwards. Oh. So we'll use our walnut brown and dark sepia to just bring out these tree trunks. Walnut brown gives us the actual brown tone. The dark sepia desaturates it because it is very much in shadow over here. We don't want it too bright. Little indications. There might be some tree branches, a couple of little spots in certain areas. And I'm going to use the dark sepia just to colour in the bottom of these lanterns. A little bit of the pink towards the top. We'll use our, pull back in our pale yellow Pablo, colour around our lanterns, our little lamps on the bridge, sorry. These aren't the lanterns, these are actual lamps on the bridge. And we'll do our trick with the Posca. Up with the yellow. Fade it down slightly. And our ivory. Fade this one down slightly. And then brightest, tiniest highlight in the center. Our little lanterns glowing on the bridge. And then, because this bush is right next to this lantern, it does have a bright ivory highlight. Drop that in, then again, fade it out. Over here, not so much, it's a bit further away. Just here where they have the bright highlight. There's our bushes and trees, and so now we've just got the soldiers to indicate. So these are really just touches of colour that are arranged in a way that your brain reads as these might actually be people. So I want red, I want grey, I want beige, and our ivory yellow and white in our paint pens. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, I need to colour in this section of the bridge here that will actually be behind them. Just notice that we haven't coloured that at all. A lot of this is going to be covered. You can do it with sharpen. Yay! Hi, I'm back from a good walkabout. Even challenged a couple of hills as well, and I'm hot and sweaty and feeling good. I'm glad to hear that, hun. Well done. Well done indeed. Good on you getting that walkabout. We're just working on this little section of the bridge here. I was going to draw in our little soldiers that are hunting, but I realized that I haven't actually finished this section of the bridge first. We're just quickly colouring that in. Not much, again, it's all in the background. And then it does technically have some very bright yellow highlights because it's right under the lamp. And again, because the Posca is always too intense when it's straight up in there. And then it does actually have a couple of the red flowers. So now we get to start adding in our red. Because we're not drawing in all those little flowers on the plants and the ivory. We're just going to dot those in again too. Because lazy, and it's easy, and it's an effective way. A couple of brighter highlights for that lamp. I feel like New Plymouth is kind of a flat city, right? No. No. There's certain areas that are flat, but there's also a lot of hills. But not like necessarily Dunedin hills. But we ain't Christchurch flat. We ain't Christchurch flat, we ain't Dunedin hills. we're somewhere in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, Christchurch is pretty flat. Okay, so we have a cluster of them here, and then we have one on its own over here. So we're not even going to pencil this in. We're going to start sketching this in just by hand. So we have pants, and then we have some people over here. I'm just going to dot this in with the Posca. And then they wear red shirts underneath, because of course they do. And there's our captain. We'll just sketch him in. He's got an arm out because he's got a torch. And then before that sets too much, we also want to put a bit of yellow in there, which is going to bleed with the red, which is what we want. And before that sets, this is where we can use the chunky ivory. Dot in some ivory. You can see it's all starting to blend together, which is kind of what we want. And we bring that up a bit for like their heads or their helmets. We dot a little bit of the beige in there. It's a very wet beige. And then before everything sets too much, very carefully lift some of that away with the tissue. Boom! Soldiers on the bridge. That's how you do distance interpretation of people being there without worrying about it too much. We'll let that dry a bit. We can pull out some brighter elements, so we've got to still bring out the little torches. This is what we're drawing, by the way. That's what we're replicating. Those tiny little dots where you can barely see a thing. There's our little interpretation there. So again, it's the sort of thing, like there's no detail there, but your brain, if you know the movie, you know that that is the soldiers looking for Flynn Rider, aka Eugene. Wet beige feels like the worst skin color. It really is. It's not even a good color. I very rarely use this Posca, so it's quite nice to have a reason to use it, because it's not really a color I use a lot of. We'll just dot in a couple of brighter highlights just to represent these little bits of light, and then we're going to get our yellow and bring in the torch. light. Got in some extra yellow across here too. There's too much on there. Lift some of that back off. And I want my fine ivory. Center of that. So it's nice and bright. And then we're going to use our pink pencil. Just stop this being such a shapeless blob and just sketch in a couple of lines, and that'll just break up the shapes a little bit. I do the same thing actually with the black too, especially for around here on the pants. Just to be like, hey, this isn't just one big smushy blob. Here we go. There's our characters on the bridge. FYI, the red tin colours seem to be really nice in Joanna's Magical Worlds book. My next page I'm starting. Ooh. Good to know. I don't actually have colours, but I've heard good things about them. I really want to get the Castle Arts Harmonious set. Mostly because there are so many purples in there that I am missing from my sets. I don't like to buy pencils where I can't buy individual replacements where there isn't open stock, but that I would make an exception for because it looks like there are so many colours in that set that I just don't have in other sets and I've never seen. Like those purples, those grey purples and those pastel purples, and contained in one set that you can easily, like 72 pencils. It's a really neat looking set, and I know it's sold out, but I saw someone this morning saying I finally got my hands on it, so I'm like, oh, are you coming back? Not that they ship to New Zealand, so I have to find a secondary seller, which is an even bigger issue. But yeah, I think I might need to replace my Logitech light because whenever I turn it on, it has this annoying flash flashing thing that happens, kind of like a fluorescent light when they go on the blink. Oh yeah. Is it like very old? Is it still under warranty perchance? Oh shit. I just noticed the time. The bread's probably done. I need to go and get the bread out of the bread machine because it'll be yeah. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. It took quite a minute to get that out of the bread pan, but it is now cooling on the bench. It smells very delicious. It's very soft, so it's going to be interesting to see. But yeah, looks good, smells good, so should be good. We'll give it a minute to cool. By a minute, I mean about half an hour to cool, and then I'll cut into it and have a piece for my lunch. I have the Harmonia set, and it's a lovely complement to the Castle Arts Gold set. Very muted but lovely shades. Yeah, it looks like a really beautiful curated set, Yana. And while I don't have any other Castle Arts, I feel like it would be a good set to add in addition to my current sets, because it just has a lot of unique colours in it. I see Sammy is playing tech with Chai. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yay! Looks like you got it sorted too. Yay for Sammy and for tech knowledge. Thank you. Okie dokie. So, now that we've basically finished above the bridge, we'll start on the bridge. And the bridge is still a lot of the same colours. It's still a lot of the purple and the blue and the grey. I think the only thing I might pull out is Payne's Grey. Just because he's a little bit more blue in here. We might need some extra greys in here. Okay, we'll just pull out all the cool greys. Why not? Most of my cool greys are pretty tiny. We'll just have all the cool greys on hand. Start with a Payne's Grey. We need to put a little bit of black in the really dark areas. We'll start with the Payne's. It's got a little bit more blue in it. Now, Indifferent Blue that we've been using throughout. Thinking yummy thing's gonna make myself some lunch, because what the heck, it's already 1 PM. Oh yeah, time to feed myself. Yes it is, Chai. Good idea. Maybe it can't be my USB hub that's causing me all my USB issues. I had a dropout earlier again, Sammy, where we lost all the devices on the USB. I don't know, something's happening on my USB reader thingy, like the internal USB stuff, because it's all my USB ports that drop out at once. If it was just one, it would be easy, but no, it's all of them. And I know everything's updated because I re-updated everything again. I thought it was fixed after the last update, but then they put up another update and now it's doing it again. So maybe the current update also is having issues with it. I don't know. Or maybe my computer's like, no, you've just got too many devices plugged in. We need less devices. Which I don't know how to do because there's only 2 USB ports on this computer. No, 3. And 2 of them have to be used up for cameras that have to be plugged directly into the computer, and the third is in a 4-port USB port. Because I need to have all the USB stuff. Because everything's frickin' USB now. Let's start bringing in a bunch of grey. I'm out of extenders. We need more extenders. Do you know what colour would work really well in here? This one. This is a very precious polychromos because it's actually a deleted colour. This is light violet. They no longer manufacture it. And it's such a pretty colour, and it definitely fills a very gaping hole in the polychromos colour range that they don't manufacture it anymore. So it's a very precious purple, and I try not to use it a lot, but also it would work really well in this piece because we have a lot of that muted grey lavender. Got a little area of warm pink. And I want to bring in a bit of white highlighting. Why, hello, Shadow. Have you woken up? Come on, then. Bud, hello, hello. How are you going today? Oh, no, you want straight onto the desk. I bet you he's looking for treats. I hear you. Oh, God. Oh, I can't quite reach them. Oh, I can't quite reach them. Oh. Yep. I know, it's a new bag. You gotta give me a second to open it, Cat. You can't eat them out of the bag. Cat problems. Oh, how are you going, Bud? Give pets to me? Okay, I will. He's a little busy demolishing treats. You've had your treats. That's it. Had your treats. No. Jeez. He's like, okay. Right, you can have a couple more and then that's it. You've already had like your whole treat allowance for the day. Hide them before he keeps looking for them. Yeah, he's meant to only have 10 of these biscuits a day. These little treat biscuits. I sometimes give him a few more. He annoys me. Look, you got one on the desk. Finish that one. He can be a bit, like, demanding of the treats. That's it. You're not having any more. Oh, what have you got on your fur? Don't you push my microphone off the desk. Don't know if the mic was picking up his meows then. His purrs. Look at you got black cat fur all over the desk. Cat has sensitive skin and stomach. Yeah, it makes sense then. You gotta be careful. Shadow's really fussy. He doesn't like most treats, but he will literally attack me for those treats. Please don't push my microphone off the desk. And please don't drool all over my microphone. It is not something for you to rub your neck on. There's no more treats. You've had your allowance. I wonder if you're out of food and that's why you keep looking at me for more. Staring at the bag for more. Shadow has such a long tail. He really does. His tail is massive. Massive. He's hunting for more treats. Give him to me. Give me my treats. Look, you can go up on your windowsill. It's a bit tight, but you can go up on there. There is room for you to go on the windowsill. I'll move my pretend water cup that you still haven't drunk out of and still try to go for the actual water cup. Yeah, go for your windowsill. Go for your windowsill. He might be distracted enough by the sounds of the birds at the window. Now we have to remove all the cat drool from everything and the cat fur. How are you going, bud? It's lovely to see you again. We are trying to do work on this before we got distracted by cats. Cats are always welcome distractions. You just woke up? That's all good. Good time to wake up, actually. You know, it's Sunday. It's quite nice having a lazy Sunday. Nope. He's lost interest in the windowsill. Where are you going, cat? I was colouring the other night and he jumped up on the desk and was being himself on the desk. And he drooled all over the page I was working on. Ah, he got his treats. He's content. Heard Mum come up from the garage, so he's like, nah, I'm going off to Mum now. She'll give me food. That's all he wanted. He just wanted his treats and to say hi, and then he's like, peace, I'm out. I'm done. Yeah, good bot indeed. That sounds like a good plan, Brittany. Yeah, Shadow doesn't normally like the majority of treats. He's kind of a fussy cat. He likes what he likes. But I brought those treats on a whim because they're manufactured by the same brand that makes his cat biscuits, which he will eat. He will nibble on his cat biscuits. So it's like, all right, I'll risk it. They were on special, so it's like, I'll risk it. And then I brought them home, and yeah, he went wild for them, and he was literally attacking me for more treats. So he does love those treats. So we give him little treats every once in a while. Okay. There's our I think that will do for that side of the bridge. We are getting there. I haven't owned any cats. We just get one who draws away, etc. because we never let any other cats on most of the table except for the one behind the couch. Yeah, I made the mistake of allowing him to jump up on the desk to get his treats. I did that before I started live streaming because I was like, I knew you guys would, like, when I was live streaming, I was like, yeah, that'll be alright because he can jump up and I can give a couple of treats on the desk and then wipe down the desk and he'll be content. But the problem is now he associates being up on my desk as the place to be in here, and if I'm trying to work on artwork, he wants to sit on top of the artwork and he drools. Like, if he didn't drool, I wouldn't care as much. The fur I can wipe away, but the drool is a problem. And so I was working on a page the other night, and like I managed to get him to sit on my shoulder, so his head was up here, but then he kept on like twisting around and like leaning half on the desk. And so I finally was like, oh, if you're not gonna let me color, you can go down on the floor. So I put him down on the floor, and then I realized there were 4 massive drool spots all over the piece I was working on. I was like, damn it. Yeah, that's why the first thing I did was move this book, because he will drool on this book. Alright, so we'll do the areas under the bridge first, which is really just colour splotches. So all of them have a bit of a blue base, so we're going to start with our indifferent blue. Then we're going to deepen everything up, and we'll use the Payne's Grey to start deepening up these areas. Right. So this one has quite a bit of purple in it as well. Blend in some purple. And it's like they have, it's actually like maybe the city, you're still seeing part of the city through here, but at a distance and very fogged out. We'll just kind of sketch in some areas. This one over here is like a lot more bush potentially. Bring in some green, and it goes a lot lighter around the edge, so lighten that one up. Same within here, that one's actually quite light, and then that light kind of carries on a bit over to here. And then we do have like a couple of maybe windows glowing or lanterns or something. So we're going to Posca those in, and then once again fade them out. These ones we want to make a lot less intense, so we will be shading over them so that they're there but they're not bright because these ones are very much in the distance. And so you just like little bits and pieces. Oh, I might need to empty out that pencil sharpener, it's getting a bit full now. Could be water reflections, it could be a city, it could be ghosts that live under the bridge. The idea is that we don't really know. Just fade it out. Okie dokie. So let's start with all our greens. Because then as we work on the bridge, we can also layer that over the greens and use that to help fill in any areas that we might have missed. Not even being too pedantic here, because if green goes on the outside, it just looks like more moss that is growing. So it's quite fun. You can kind of just be really loose here. Like, it doesn't have to stay in the lines, and it's fun. And I like that kind of colouring. It's very like, oh well, just do whatever. I'm curious when it comes to mini fridges and lights, because apparently this one froze everything, even on a low setting, and now I have frozen songs in my head, specifically, do you want to build a snowman? Oh, I'm sorry, I mean, those fridges are terrible, though. But, yeah, when it's your only option, it's very annoying. On the outside, I spotted very spicy hummus at Newwood. I'd had to get it, so we'll be spicing up my life, or at least my lunch now. Yum! Good choice. Yeah, I'm actually getting really hungry now. I want to give the bread, it's actually only about 5 minutes or so more to cool. And then I'll go and cut some of the freshly baked cinnamon bread. Hope it's tasty. Again, I'm fully experimenting here, so I fully changed up the recipe today. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's alright. The shadows at the top are done with blue, which works out well because it's also our shadow tone for our plants, so we can work the two together. Yeah, we've got a free power shout, so while we didn't need to bake bread today, I figured I might as well, because the power's free, so it wouldn't cost any power to run the bread maker. And we'll just experiment with trying to make a cinnamon loaf. Although I accidentally pulled out mixed spice, so it's actually mixed spice, and then I added an extra cinnamon, so kind of like fruity loaf, really. Not a fruity loaf, you know, it doesn't have any raisins or sultanas in it. I like raisins or sultanas in it, but that was Mum's request, so it's easy enough to do. Are reviving malls in the US by shopping in person. Yeah. I'm not surprised because I do prefer shopping in person. And if I can, I will buy in person because it is a lot better to have the tactile feel of the clothes. I mean, I don't buy a lot of clothes anyway, and if I do, I usually go to opportunity shops. But, like, I would much rather buy my colouring books locally. I like flipping the pages, feeling the paper. I like seeing it in person, seeing the print quality. I just don't have a lot of places locally I can buy colouring books or colouring book supplies. There's very few places that really have art supplies locally, so yeah. Yeah, I like to shop in person where I can, and with shoes, I will never buy online. Yeah, that's definitely a thing that you need to be able to try on and see how they fit. So this is similar to the sky, where we just spent ages layering up those tones and layering up colours. We're going to be doing a very similar thing here. We're just going to be slowly building up tones to fill in this bridge. But before we carry on, I know I literally half an hour ago put you guys on a break screen to get the bread out. We're going to now go back onto a break screen so that I can go and cut a piece of bread and make a cup of coffee and take a proper break. Because self-care, same thing as before. Make sure you take this opportunity to also self-care. I'm going to have some water because I also haven't hydrated. But now the bread should be cool enough that I can actually cut it. And I've been wanting a cup of coffee for a while. So I'm going to make a cup of coffee, cut some cinnamon bread. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Take this opportunity to bathroom, snacks, make yourself coffee, whatever you need to do to self-care. But yes, we'll be back shortly and then we'll carry on with fresh bread. I'm back. Cut the bread. I also just put some butter on it because imagine it like hot cross buns or cinnamon fruit bread, but doesn't have the fruit in it. It's really good this time. Still going to next time add more spice. So this time, the first time I made it, I was following recipes online and they actually said to use 2 teaspoons of spice. And I was like, 2 teaspoons of spice is nothing in a loaf of bread. So I did 2 tablespoons. So I did 1 of mixed spice and 1 of cinnamon. And it was like, yeah, no, this needs bumping up. It also wasn't very sweet, even though it was meant to be a sweet bread loaf. So this time I doubled the sugar and I did 2 tablespoons of mixed spice and a tablespoon of cinnamon because I was like, that's 3 tablespoons when the recipe still calls for 2 teaspoons. And it's a lot better this time. Next time though, I gave a piece to Mum to try because my palate for spices is completely blown out because I like really spicy foods. Because I said I think we could probably bump it a little bit more, and she was like, yeah, no, it's pretty good, but you could do a little bit more cinnamon. So next time we're doing 2 tablespoons of cinnamon and 2 tablespoons of mixed spice, but like 90% there now. And then once the spice is perfected, that's when I can start adding in raisins. For sultanas, you know. That's pretty good. The thing that I've noticed with art and craft things is that you can go in person outside the craft stores like Goodwill, for example. Tend to sell more products online than in person. Okay. I don't think any of our secondhand stores really sell online. I know the hospice has like an online platform, but they use a trading site here. It's kind of like eBay. But yeah, most of the time you just still go in. So I'm just rearranging my compression gear on my ankle as well. Brittany by Ollie's. Yeah, I've heard good things about Ollie's, Brittany. I've heard of a lot of good things. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, ankle's definitely swollen. Ooh. I needed to loosen up that compression gear. Too swollen, but that's okay. We're good. So we have cinnamon bread, we have hot black coffee, and we have art. Okay. Right, we're still going to carry on. We're just gently layering and building up our tones and our colours. Try and bring this bridge together. All the time I have no choice but buy shoes online because we only have 2 proper shoe stores that I trust getting my black sneakers from for work from. I mean, if that's your only option, that's your only option. Like, I prefer to buy shoes in person, but I don't have like a specific type that I get each time. It's just because of like my feet. I need a certain type of shoe with a certain amount of support, but also a certain amount of room so that when I'm having a swollen foot day, I can still wear shoes. When I first started getting sick, I couldn't even wear a pair of shoes. And I work in a medical laboratory and shoes are like mandatory there. But yeah, it got to the point where I had like some sandals and I couldn't even fit my foot in the sandals, and these were super loose sandals. And I was technically not following health and safety rules, and I was the health and safety officer, but I legit could not get my feet into shoes because they were so swollen. But yeah, it was literally, I would get to work, I would sit at the computer, and then I would not move, and I would kick my shoes off under the desk because my foot was so swollen and it hurt to even have shoes on. I was studying at this time, so I was only working my 2 hours, but I still mobilized into the lab for these 2 hours. And then, yeah, they, and for the last hour and a bit of my shift, I was also the only one in the building, so it wasn't like the lab was actually active, because I used to remote in from the local collection room, so I didn't have to travel all the way out to the main lab just for 2 hours of work. So they did let me remote in from a separate place, and I was the only one in the building at the end, and I would just close up the building, so it worked quite well. And that was before my dad passed away, and he worked across the road, so he used to actually hang around and wait for me after I finished work, because I finished work about half an hour after him, so he would wait half an hour just so he could drive me home. Even though I only lived 2 blocks away from this collection centre, I could not mobilise 2 blocks because my feet were so swollen, and I was in such an inflammatory state. It was literally me just trying to push through until my doctor's appointment, because I I was seeing a locum, and the locum was absolutely useless. And I just went to the receptionist and said, give me the first appointment when my regular GP is back. And that's what I was waiting for. And the moment she saw me, she's like, holy crap. It's very fair, Brittany. I am lucky they have a lot of shoe stores near me. I have orthopedic and feet problems, so I really need to try them on. But if I had no access to shoe shops, I would have to take the gamble. Yeah. It's sort of that catch-22 about the online shopping craze, and, you know, the access that we have, like, you know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, I never would have brought products overseas from Japan. Like, I can go on Amazon Japan and shop in Amazon Japan and get stuff shipped to me from over in Japan. But at the same time, because things are so easy to buy online now, a lot of local businesses are no longer stocking certain things or closing down entirely because people just go and shop online. Like, my mum sells handmade jewellery at markets, and the markets have been taking a hit because people shop online. Hitting the road now, we'll message as I go. All good, Sammy. Drive safe. Love you too. High steam sales? Yeah. Feeling better now I've had my lunch. A couple of wraps with greens, cucumber, and tomatoes, which is enough. Yum. Oh my gosh, this whole week. So on Monday last week, when Mum and I did the groceries, we came home and we used like a little, she has like one of those hand shredder / julienne type things, so you can like chop veggies really fine. So we pulled that out and it was probably about an hour all up, but it wasn't a lot of work. We were sitting down and we just prepped a ton of veg. Like, we grated up a carrot, we diced up a cucumber, we shredded cabbage, we shredded onions super fine, and we just had containers of prepped veg. And then all week, all we did was cook up chicken and like a honey soy chicken sauce. So we did that on Monday, and that first one lasted us 3 nights. And then we did it again on Thursday, and that lasted us Thursday, Friday, because we cooked a little bit less on Friday. And so we had rice. We cooked a thing on Monday. We had some in the fridge, and we froze a couple of bags of it. I ended up needing a frozen bag on Friday, but we managed to make the rice last the whole week. And we basically made like rice bowls or poke bowls. And it was just literally rice, chicken, veg, sauce. And that was it every night. And it was so good. But also just eating literally a bowl full of veggies every night. Like, I was feeling so good. And then last night, because I went to a family birthday, like my uncle's birthday dinner, and they had pizza for dinner. And they ordered from the pizza brand that I'm not a fan of. It was like, oh well, it's free pizza, can't really complain. And yeah, it was flavorless and bland, but also my stomach was like, what is this? Where's my vegetables? I had toast with lime marmalade. I am not a fan of marmalade, but I can understand if you like marmalade, liking it. Like, I understand the concept behind marmalade, and in theory, I should, but I just don't. That being said, I've never had lime marmalade, so yeah, it's very different, so that might be something that I would actually get behind. That being said, I'm also very fussy with like my jams and preserves and stuff like that. I'm not like, I find a lot of jams just cloyingly sweet, and I'm not a big fan of them. mean, I find honey cloyingly sweet, and I'm not a fan of honey. I have to be in a very specific mood to eat honey. This is looking so good. Thank you so much, Sassy Phone. We are slowly getting there. It's just a lot of layers. A lot of layers. I feel a lot better having made a coffee. I definitely wish you a coffee. I've always struggled with the chunks, so it's nice to have smooth marmalade. Thank you for doing the shout outs too. I haven't done any shout outs today, so I appreciate you. Mods. Awesome, amazing mods. Guy is a gorgeous return to New Zealand Kiwi streamer. Does lots of chill, cozy games, lots of puzzle games. Also is a geologist, graduated with their masters semi-recently. So knows lots of cool stuff about rocks. If the heart is hollow, click to follow. I stole that off Sammy. It's certainly sweeter than most other marmades. I mean, it would have to be for lime, because lime is quite tart, so I imagine it'd need some sweetness in there. And Lurk, welcome back, Smalt. Good to have you back. I hope your Lurk time was good. You could say she's a rock star. Well done, Sassy Phone. Well done. I return with roasted cauliflower, potato spinach gratin. Yum. That sounds amazing, Small. Where's ours? Can I have some? Can you send me some instantaneously? Can you just invent teleportation so you can instantly send me some? I'll send you some cinnamon bread back. The brand is, oh yes, they do a few preserves that are really, really good. I know the brand you're talking about, but Rose brand. You know a page is special when I willingly work in my light violet polychromos pencil. My precious, precious light violet. And I try to avoid sharpening and using. But it really is the perfect colour for this page. Probably should have actually pulled it out and used it on the sky too, but that's okay. We're done the sky now. I keep trying to attach them to an email, but tablet doesn't understand the file type. Damn it, tablet. It's a gorgeous colour. It's like the Faber-Castell pencil I use when I design Sakura. Yeah. So this is a Faber-Castell Polychromos, but it's a deleted colour. They no longer produce it, so it's a colour that they really need in their range. It is gorgeous, and I'm so gutted that they discontinued it. I didn't even know it existed until very light sharp in here. I brought a load of secondhand polychromos pencils. One of my followers on Instagram, who's New Zealand based, messaged me and was like, hey, so I've decided I'm getting rid of colouring books. So I brought she gave me first chance to buy a colouring books, and I brought 6 of them. And then she was like, hey, I'm going to chuck in some polychromos pencils for free because I was gifted them. I don't like I don't use them. You use polys, eh? And I was like, yes, I love my polys. And so, yeah, she dropped in a bunch of free pencils. And I mean a bunch. It was like 26 or 27 pencils. It was a good amount. And she sent me a photo of them, but I didn't realize, like, this looked like it was just a grey in the photo. And then it arrived, and I pulled this out, and I was like, what the hell is this one? I've never seen this one before. And so I Googled it, and it was like, yeah, it's a discontinued colour. Like, oh. But I need more of you in my life. I had the Faber-Castell watercolour set back then. It was my only art supply. Oh. There's something quite nice about having like a limited supply, just seeing what you can do with what you can do with what you've got. There's something special in that, I reckon. Might need to actually turn the fan on. It's getting really warm in here. It was a little chilly this morning, and now it's like actually quite warm. Which I should do because we have free power today, so... get that going and let that blow some air around. Oh yes, we had a shout out for the beautiful Sammy, which we all adore Sammy. Wonderful variety streamer. Lots of games, lots of mini painting, sewing, all sorts of good variety, but also just wonderful time. Sammy is a safe space for consenting adults, so just do be aware of that. It is a wonderful time over there and lots of good chats. And Sassy Phone is a beautiful gaming streamer here as well. Another fabulous Kiwi. Again, just because this is a safe space for everyone, Sassy does play quite a few mature rated games, but still a really good time over there and a wonderful being, and enjoy good space. Again, if the heart is hollow, click to follow. I know you were playing that Alice in Wonderland game for a while that I couldn't watch, but it was too spooky for me. But I know you were playing that one for quite a while. Sammy said it was really good. I don't do the spooky games. I don't do a lot of the games. I was going to play games on Friday night, and I didn't. I ended up colouring. Not that I'm mad, because I had a lot of fun colouring the paper dolls. But I was saying, you know, I felt like playing The Sims, and then I just didn't get around to playing The Sims because I was colouring. And whoops! It's bedtime. Return to Madness. Yeah, that's the Alice. I think that's the Alice game. Violacious. The wonderful Vi. Tell you what, most useful streams when tech streams, most techie knowledge, wonderful space. Word good. Just follow. It's a wonderful space. Lots of games. I think Final Fantasy is the current one that's being played. I'm not wording well for people, but just trust me. If someone's being shouted out on Twitch, click that follow. Because they're a cool bean. They're being shouted out for a reason. I need kid-size sneakers. I have to tie up with the shoelaces and the basic colours. Yeah. Must be hard to try and find certain sizes sometimes. I don't know. I have slightly larger feet. I mostly just need wide shoes. and room for my feet to swell. Because my feet swell a lot. I think I'll go and find something to watch on TV and just relate. Got a lot done today and need to give my hip a bit of time out from walking up and down the stairs. Get that tree up tonight. Absolutely, Yana. You deserve to go and have a restful night. And I understand. The blob out in front of a brainless program sometimes is where it's at. But thank you for being here. Good luck for all your decorating tomorrow. May it go excellently. And well done on getting all your colouring done. We have a fly in here and I hate the sound of flies. Recently playing a lot of No Man's Sky and swearing at the expeditions. Oh goodness. Second for 5, so helpful and cute to boot. Heck yeah. I was modding a streamer with 8 hours of front page time yesterday. Oh my gosh, bud. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the chaos when Vi got on the front page. Like, it's a lot. That's a lot. So yeah, no wonder your brain fried. Gonna lurk while I plot shenanigans for 2025. Heck yeah, plot those shenanigans. Take over the world. I mean, be a productive adult. You know. You know. I'm proud of how well I did for Vi stream. Make you realize I can do anything. Everyone did so well. Yeah, I was really grateful that you all stepped up because I was obviously asked, but I was also going for a bit of a time and I also knew that I was fragile and I said to Vi, look, I'm going to try to be there, but I also know me and how triggered I'm going to be. So I would really appreciate it if it's not dependent on me. Like, I'll try to be there, but I can't promise. So it was really grateful that a bunch of y'all could step up and do it. I mean, I couldn't have modded all that on my own anyway. And we needed more. We needed another mod there. Regardless, it was, I think, you, me, and the other one that we had. It was the 3 of us pretty much consistently going through and just, yeah. It was chaotic, but it was good. Yeah, it was a beautiful stream though. It was really good. Glad I was able to come to it as much as I could. A lot of marmalades are made with some kind of orange citrus fruit, sugar, and the rind of seed fruit in it. They are. Yep, that's generally a marmalade. I know my uncle makes marmalade. And he usually gives us a jar of it, but me and Mum both don't eat marmalade, so we pass it on to someone who does. I know, just it's not something I'm a fan of. I'm not like, I don't know, it's just never gotten with me, but I'm kind of curious about the lime one. That sounds interesting, and it's the sort of flavour that, like, I could see ways to use it. Even if I don't like it as a marmalade, I could probably put it in other stuff. The lime one sounds interesting. Maybe one day. Right. Need to do more work on these bushes now. Feel like our bridge is getting there. Now that we've got more of our bridge down, we can take our greens and also extend it out like it's little sections growing on the bridge. Lemon is my favourite. It's a little bit, and it's like, can be used in cooking such too, like orange marmalade, but I struggle with the texture of the rind. Yeah. Not a fan of grapefruit. I can't eat grapefruit. Not like with my meds. Perfection! Hello, hello. Oh, Brittany, you might be a little delayed if we're just talking about the emailing a file on the tablet situation. That was a joke in reference to me saying to Smol if she could send some of the food that she's made over, and she joked back about emailing it to me. But of course the tablet won't recognize the file type because it's actually food and she can't email it. Might be a little delayed. Might be a little behind on the YouTube. That's all good. And that's one thing about streaming on the two platforms, because if you have, say, an internet glitch or something happens, Twitch will reload you and just continue on, and you just skip a section that you missed while your internet was glitching. Whereas on YouTube, it pauses you and then carries you on, which means you become delayed. So, yeah. Maybe that it would only send a picture, not a slice of food. Yep. Could send a picture of the food, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, there's usually about a 10-second or so delay for streams. 20 seconds, something like that. Like, when I say something, like when I press a button, I know it's going to be about 20 seconds later for it to happen on stream, because that's a delay between me being live and what actually gets out to the internet. So there's a little bit of delay, but yeah, it shouldn't be more than 20 or 30 seconds. And because I know YouTube Live, I know that with my internet, when I watch people streaming on YouTube, that if I have an internet glitch, it pauses it and then it carries on. So I can tell, because there'll be like like if you're watching a video in the progression bar, the bit showing where you are in the video won't be quite at the end, and I usually have to drag it to catch up to match up to the live again. Yeah. Sometimes refreshing the stream helps a bit. Absolutely. A good refresh never hurts. And because we are no longer affiliate, there's no chance of pre-rolls, so you can refresh as much as you want and not worry about getting stuck behind it. I'm normally 15 to 25 seconds of delay. Yeah. I'm slower on my phone too. For Twitch, my phone gets really badly delayed because it never syncs up. I can put it to the computer and like press like to go and click in at the same time. My phone will be behind my computer. Since you're watching an old pad, it's like 30 to 40 seconds. Yeah. Well, the easiest way to tell how delayed you are is if you type something in chat, how long does it take for it to appear on the chat on the screen? Because when you type something in chat and send it, it auto updates for me immediately. And then that's how long it takes for it to come through to you. That's your delay. But how are you going, Perfection? Welcome in. I'm guessing you've just woken up. Hopefully you've got your morning latte. You're starting to wake up. I didn't even notice the delay until a streamer played words on stream and 5 people had already guessed words before I could see the letters. Yeah. On YouTube, you can catch back up to the live by clicking the live in the corner and getting the dot to turn red, or if there's a keyboard shortcut, that will skip you back to the live feed. Oh, that's good to know. I did not know that, Smoke. Appreciate that. That's good to know. I usually just drag it off and manually move it to the end, but that's good to know. That's a much easier way to do it. I'll have to check that out next time I'm watching a live. I'm all good. Woke up an hour ago. Just put dinner in the slow cooker. Good choice. We've done the same thing here. Got a beef korma stewing away. Okay. I'm gonna shade over this little lantern frame here just a little bit, just to make sure I've got all the areas behind it. I'm suddenly very itchy. This keyboard shortcut is usually whatever your seat forward key is. Ah, okay. Apricot chicken with roasted vegetables. I'm not a fan of apricots. It's the one fruit that I really don't care for. My mum would very much be happy. She loves apricot and apricot chicken. I do not. I will eat it. Just like apricots. I will eat apricots. Not like macaroni and cheese, so I'm just like, nope. But, yeah, not a big fan of it. But that's the joy of the world we live in. You've got so many options that you can just make what you like. Okie dokie. Right, let's pull out some Poscas and let's add in some highlights. I'm still ridiculously happy with how good our blobs for people on the bench on the bridge turned out. So, on the original, you've got this little group of blobs here that are meant to represent the soldiers looking for Flynn Rider. It's literally blobs of colour, and they didn't even sketch it in over here. So I just used Poscas and drew in a bunch of blobs, and it works so well. So happy with it. Alright, we'll start with some dark green. And bring this in to our bush. Avoiding the cat here would be ideal. And we can use this on the bridge too to just add in little areas of green if we need little areas, cover up black lines. Mostly just adding in another layer of shading to our plants. Adding in a bit more dimension. Because the green does really carry on across the whole bridge, but they haven't sketched it all in. Because it's just dots in certain areas. And then we've got our bright apple green, so this is just going to be right along the edges to pick up those really bright highlights, particularly around the lanterns and stuff like that. There won't be too much of this going down into the bridge, but a couple of little areas of highlights, particularly around here where we do have a bit of lantern light. Again, using our finger to sort of take away the solid opaque mass and blend it out a little bit. A little bit over here. And not really any down there. And then we take our yellow, and this goes in directly around the lamp. And those brightest yellow highlights. Okie dokie. Right, now we do all the little red flowers on the bridge. So what I have is obviously bright red, which is the bright red for most of it. Well, it's going to be the bright red because it's the only red I have. but I do have this red wine color here, which is like a darker red, and that's going to work for, say, in here, because we've got little red flowers in here. Zoom ease you in. We have got little touches of red, but they're really dulled down because this is our darker plant area. So we'll use the red wine in these darker areas, and then we'll bring in the brighter red in the brighter areas. Which I don't know if the red's even picking up on the original example. That's what we're going to do. So we have a bunch of red down here. Carries on up here. And then a couple of them down here, we can just chuck in that brighter red tone. Just like little pops of bright red. But we mostly will be leaving it as the darker red. It just gives the illusion that we've got a couple of flowers in the bush, when really all it is a couple of dots. And this is why I didn't bother to pencil in the red, because I was like, we're just going to Posca that in. So much easier. This one we don't need to necessarily blend out as much. We might blend out some areas, but can also be a little bit more on the opaque side. Also have a cat hair stuck right in the crevasse of this. Bring that red back into this background. So, we also have some red on here, but it is very smudgy, so we want to smudge that one out. We'll use our pencil to sort of scrape and dull away some of it. It'll add that red warmth to there. Definitely have a nice big bright red spot in there. Got quite a few up here. Couple in here. Trying to make sure we don't keep them too even. We want them to have a bit of variety. Over here it's a little bit more foggy because it's further away, so we don't want our sharp dots, we want it a little blurry over here. Here we go. I think our bridge is done. I was using my Poscas in my project book with someone on Facebook and Party by Hannah Carlson, and I noticed I need more Poscas. I only own pinks, purples, blue, golds, and blacks, and a couple of, and I could add pastel couples and a couple of pastel colors. I mean, paint pens are paint pens. Certain brands are more opaque, certain brands are less opaque. I mostly use Poscas because A, they're easier for me to access, B, they come in a fine tip. That's my key. Couple odd. That makes sense. Yeah, I like Poscas because I can get that really fine tip. And that's what I want. I want that fine tip. So that's why I use Poscas. If I could easily access other paint pens that had the fine tip and they were cheaper, I would go with them. Even if they weren't as opaque, because half the time when I use Poscas, I remove the opacity on them because I want a little bit of opacity, but I don't want their full opacity. Coffee is good. Winter, welcome back. I hope the meeting went well. We're still working on this. I think so. I can't remember when you left, but we have finished off the city and the trees, and we just finished off the bridge as well. Yeah, we've got our bridge all done. We just finished off all the plants on the bridge and adding in little Posca dots for all the little bushes and the roses and stuff like that. Plants on the bridge are amazing. Thank you. I am very happy how it came out. I'm particularly pleased with how the army came out. That wasn't even sketched in because it's just blobs. But my blobs work really well. I like my blobs. Right, so I could start on the water. The water is going to be a massive job. And I'm just wondering if I have the spoons to work out the water, because the water is also going to be a lot of work. Like, I have to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm just trying to decide if that's where my brain is going to allow me to focus. I might just start by doing these little areas in here, because these are pretty straightforward. These little water churny bits. They just get blocked out with white Pablo to blend into the poles. That's real easy. Because it's, yeah. I need greens, reds, yellows, and oranges, and then small tips. Yeah, the small tips are where it's at. Amy, hello. How are you going today? Oh, alright, so. Oh. Wakey. How am I going to break down this water? Because I need a way to sort of, like, this section's easy to work in because we're framed by Eugene here. But then it's basically all this is one section. Like, that's an easy section, that's a section, that's a section. Now we do have the highlight area here. There's a lot of like, it needs to flow and blend into one another. And we're also going to be bringing in a lot of colors, and I'm actually wondering if it would be better to do the water last, because I also need to reflect the boat colors and the colors used on the characters. Yeah, I think that might be better to do last, so that I can bring in those colors specifically. Because whatever colors I end up shading on the dress is what I'm going to have to bring into the water. The boat colors have to be brought into the water for the reflex. Yeah, no, I think we need to do the water last. I was going to do these guys last, but I think they can be second to last, but we have to do the water first, the water last, so that we can bring all those colors down. I'm probably going to have to write down all my colors to make sure I can pull them out again too. I mean, I got some of the colors written down, but there's a lot more colors to write down now. Only Anko would bring out small tips. Also, guess what I saw? It came out the other day. The markers you got a refund for. Yeah, I noticed they're back on the shelf and I'm not impressed. I guess in their review they decided that no, they're fine to put on the shelf even though they're labelled as alcohol markers and they're very clearly water-based markers. But I guess some bigwig decided that they'd rather sell them. I just feel sorry for the poor suckers that buy them and then get them and go, nope, these aren't alcohol markers. Or someone buys them thinking that doesn't know that they're not alcohol markers and then wonders why their markers are so streaky when alcohol markers are. Yeah. Or the manufacturers come back and gone, oh no, we do put a little bit of alcohol in there so we can call them alcohol markers even though they're very clearly water-based markers. I don't know. They're water-based markers. They're not alcohol markers. Alright, let's do some work down the bottom here then. We have all the colours out for the stones and we have the colours out for this bush. So we might as well just work on these because they're right here and they're easy. Now up here, we're not able to go as blurry because the front is a little bit more in focus. So we've still got a little bit of blur because it's oil. But here, we've got a little bit more focus than we do for the things at the back. So we're not going as smudgy. Still got a lot of colours to work in though. We'll start with some Payne's Grey. We'll also be pulling in some of the black. Honestly, if it wasn't for you, I would have brought them. Well, I'm glad at least that helped you not buy those terrible markers. If they were alcohol markers, I would be jumping for joy because they would have been fine tip alcohol markers and that's brilliant. But they are not. They are water-based markers that they're trying to claim are alcohol markers. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Yawny yawn. So how are we doing today? Is anyone else colouring along? What are we working on? Just checking messages. I got a set of Kalia gel pen. Wow. Words. I got some gel pens on sale for like 70% off because they're closing. Nice, Winter. I'm doing triage on them. They are terrible. Okay. Well, maybe not so nice then. Like, yeah, cool, 70% off. But 70% off terribleness is still terribleness. You know. I'm having a beds kind of colouring day. That's... Oh. Sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze there. And I had to burp at the same time. And if you ever sneezed and burped at the same time, it's awful. But I'm sorry it's bed colouring day. But I'm glad you can relax in bed and do it. Like, honestly, colouring in bed is such a vibe sometimes. I did that the other night because that was all I was in the mood for. Right, bear with me. I'm just going to quickly check some messages. And I'm just going to take a little mini break and just play some phone game because I'm actually struggling to see things on there right now. So that's a sign that we need to take a little break. Just look away from the page for a minute and let my eyes reset. Focusing on something else for a while helps. My brain's just like, we've been thinking hard with this page. Give me a break for a minute. Okay, brain. You can have a break for a minute. I've got one of those crappy little match-free games on my phone, but I like it. It keeps my brain occupied sometimes. Sometimes it's all you need, just a little bit of like a chill out sort of game. Have a candy break? Ooh, good choice, good choice. What candy do I have left? I of course have candy, it's me. I've got piles of candy. I have finished off the maple drops. I was very sad, but I made them last as long as I could, but they had to go at some point. They were divine, and now I'm very sad, but I also think I should get some. I know next time I buy some more candy, I should buy some hard candy. Like, I got lollipops. But, like, as much as a joke, Werther's Originals. I think I need some Werther's Originals. They're good candy. I know I've got some sour candies. I know what candy we're going to have. I have to go to the fridge for it. But I know what candy we're going to have. I know what candy we're going to have. I have some special candies in the fridge. I want to colour in Fairy Tale and Folklore, so now I'm trying to pick a page to colour. Ooh, it's a gorgeous book. I think Zoe was working on that one too. There is actually Doodle Robot on Instagram hosts a group buddy colour thing where every 2 months we work on a page in that. So there's a page that's like deer with like baubles around it. That's the page for this month. So yeah, if you need a page, you could join that if you want. Just message Doodle Robot. That'll be your best bet. Yeah. Jessie Kettle, hello. Hello. How are you going? Sorry, I was just taking a quick little like looking away from stuff break and playing on my phone and catching up with messages. But welcome in, kia ora. I have been just instructed to have a candy break, so I just need to get a piece of candy. Let me just catch up on chat. So much chat. I have GMAX and Solitaire, a couple of block placement puzzle games. Yeah, I have a couple of puzzle games in my phone too. They're just good zone out sort of stuff. You need that sometimes. Werther's Slap, that's so good. Yes, I did know that Werther's make caramel popcorn. They released a cinnamon cookies one though. I have never heard of that one. We just got the regular caramel popcorn by Werther's here. I have not tried it, but it looks good. But it's also really, really expensive here. So, but yeah, I keep meaning to get some Werther's because I'm like, I think I need some Werther's. They're good candy. As much as people joke, they're for old people. But they're good candy, and also I am an old person. This is why they're in the fridge, because I have Ferrero Rochers. Oh, Jessie, do you stream? You do too. Actually, Fortnite and just chatting. Fantastic. Welcome in. Alright, so now that I've had a look away from everything and my eyes have reset, now we can actually look at this properly. And I can actually see what I'm looking at now. So this is what I mean about sometimes it's worthwhile taking a little break away from your page. Because when we're looking at these colouring pages and we're trying to colour in all these little details, and just staring for ages, things start to get like mushy. So looking away, that's why they tell us while you're working, if you're typing at a computer or looking at a computer screen, every hour you should like look away in the distance to help your eyes reset. Okay. So we need to bring a bit more of that pink in because there's actually a bit of pink in the top of this rock. Be right back. I'm going to have lunch. All good, hun. Enjoy your lunch. Candy break was a good idea. I do like how it's progressing. Like, I really feel like we're starting to get there with the page. Again, it's not going to be identical, but I like how we're getting on. In Smalt we trust. So much we made it a rule. Oh, I missed that from Winter. The nibs are all rollables, but plastic? No. No wonder they're crud. I hope you can save them, or, you know, like maybe take the inner core and replace it onto a better pen or something. I don't know. I'm sure you'll figure it out, but I mean, yes, they are cheaper on sale, but it's still like a, you should at least work. Yeah, I did hear that they were going out of business, which, yeah. So I think the case that came in is where my money is at now. Hey, a good case is worth its money. I keep meaning to purchase one of those cases that will hold like 500 pencils, even though it's going to be big and bulky, because I want to mix my Pablos, my Polys, and my Prismas together and just have those in one case. because I just end up mixing my sets, and it's so annoying to have 3 cases open. I'd still keep my Inktense and Albert Duras separately because they're water-based pencils. But it also means when I travel, I could, in theory, move those into that same case, and then all my pencils are in one case. Right, we want a little bit of blue. Hope we're all doing well out there. Hope our projects are going well. I have 2 giant capacity cases. One holds my Prismas, Polys, and Albert Duras. The other holds my Artex, Colora, and Brute Verunas. Yeah. So yeah, I do want to get one of them to mix all my Pablos, Polys, and Prismas in one case, and gonna take a while, but sort them out into, like, you know, one page is just all the yellows, like we have the warm lemony yellows and the more bright yellows and the golden yellows, and mix the sets so that when I'm looking for a specific tone and I'm like, okay, I need a red brown, I can go to the red brown section and you know, okay, so I need a little bit of opacity, so we're going to go for the Pablo. Because I just end up mixing my sets anyway, so it would make sense to just mix them in the same case instead of having piles and piles of cases beside me. But like the Inktense, the Inktense and the Albert Duras in theory could be mixed. I'd still keep the sets separate, but they could go in the same case in theory because they're both water-based. So like my Albert Dura pencil case is half filled up with Koh-i-Noor Mondeluz Aquarelles because I use them as a cheaper water-based pencil to start off with as I built out my Albert Duras. I don't have a full set of Albert Duras, and I don't necessarily need a full set. I mostly focus on gathering pastel tones that can help supplement my Inktense because I don't really colour with them as pencils. I do use them as basing tools like the Inktense, so it's more gathering those tones that I can't produce in Inktense. I was seeing someone on YouTube, their name escapes me, maybe Pamela, who says their favourite pencil case is like a... Yes, I know the video you're talking about. I saw that and I was like, oh, this looks like an interesting pencil case, and then I saw it and I was like, I want that pencil case. But it does not ship to New Zealand. Because yes, there is a variation of it where it is a high capacity one. I think it technically only holds like 260 or so in their biggest one. But it's designed so that you can keep all your set in there, and then you can take out a couple of sleeves and clip it into a smaller version to take with you. So if you're working on a page and you only need to bring one of your sleeves, you can just take it out of that one and clip it into the small portable one. But they don't ship to New Zealand. Yeah. But yeah, the fact that the biggest one that they had was only about 260, I was like, well, that, because again, it would work well for Polys, Pablos, and Prisma mix, but 150 Prismas, 120 Polys, already that's 270 pencils. And then 120 Pablos brings it up to 390. And I'm saying a 500 case, and you might be like, well, that's an extra 110 slots. Yes, because I could either A, keep some spares in there, or B, if I get an additional set I want to mix into there, say the Harmonious set, that is an option. Or like a couple of one-off odd pencils that I might have that might mix in, like, I have my the next planet and Alien Worlds that we've got. I've got one more spread to do in the water realm, which is the arrival at the water realm planet. And then the next one is like a futuristic style planet. And so I really want to play with neons on this planet. So I need to find more neon pencils. And I know Prisma has a couple of neon pencils, but a lot of them are quite hard for me to source, surprisingly. I was looking at, I know Brutfuna do a neon set, and I know Brutfunas are quite similar to Prisma in terms of creaminess, not quite the same level as Prisma. But I was thinking about possibly buying that set of neon pencils. And like, because I'd just be focusing on this one planet of Alien Worlds, like, that should be enough to finish a planet. And then if I'll have them, but I don't see myself needing them very often. It's not like neon's a common thing. But because I want to do a lot of neon lighting effects, and I want to go very cyberpunk with this planet. Very futuristic, cyberpunk style. Like, I can see it in my head. I know what I want to do. And I did buy some neon paints to play with, so I can use those to help, but I really want to have the pencils. Like, I would prefer to work in pencils. I don't want to use paints. So, yeah, neons could be good for undersea fishies too. Yeah, I can see other places to use them. It's not like they're going to go for waste. But I think that might be a good investment for this spread. Because, hold on. Distractions. Spoilers for anyone in the Alien Worlds Data Explorer group who does not want to see ahead. So, this is the one spread I've got left to do for the water realm. I always end up leaving the arrival planets to last. I don't know why, but I do. But that one's not going to be too hard. It's already prepped with gesso. It's ready to go. We're going to use the inks again. And then I do have to go in here with some white Prisma and just bring the bubbles out in this one a little bit. But this is it here. So this is, I'm sure is it called the Future Planet? What's it called? Or the Tech Planet, or the Futuristic Planet. So the arrival, this is the one that I'm not sure what to do again. So again, we'll be leaving the arrival planet till last. But this is the first spread here. And I can just see doing that neon city glow. Like, actually creating a neon planet, like cyberpunk, future tech. So having that dark purpley navy sky, and then having lots of bright neon colors to glow, and like, you know, like here we've got this bit, that's a window, so that'll be like a glow, like lots of windows glowing, lots of signs glowing. I might have to start with like these sort of things where it's a bit more close up. Like here, obviously we've got a massive glow source here that will go up, and then that will radiate out light, and then all these little pathways in here can be neon. Like, lots of neon glow on our little alien friend. This one I have seen somebody color, and they did like a half pink, half blue. It was really cool. But yeah, in order to do this, we're going to need to get some neon pencils. Because again, Prismacolor has a couple, not many, and if need be, I could work with the Prismacolor ones and just limit myself to the couple of Prismacolor neons. Because we have the neon pink. We have the neon orange. And we have the, I suppose the lemon yellow could technically, oh wait, no, there is a neon yellow. Neon yellow. And then those are the official neons. There's neon yellow, neon orange, and neon pink. But there's no, like, neon green, for example. There's no real, like, there's an electric blue, which is kinda a neon blue. But it's not really a proper neon blue. And there is the deco range, and there is a couple of colors in the deco that can kind of be neon-y as well. But yeah, the neon colors are hard to blend. They're not too bad. They are definitely harder than the other pencils though. But I quite often use the neon pink to brighten up pinks. I will use it, I don't use it with a lot of pressure. I use it quite firmly, I use it quite lightly to add that really rich warm color underneath, and then work my other colors on top. So that's how I use neons normally. Because I do use the neon Prismacolor pencils, and they are really good to really warm up or almost like create more saturation by just layering in very lightly a little bit of the neons, and it just makes your color pop that much more. But yeah, there's only 3 neon colors in it, so I'm like, well, I want to have a neon blue, I want to have a neon purple, I want to have options, so yeah, and neon green, but I know Brute Funa do a neon set. See if I can find it. Since we're in full distraction mode here, I'm sure it's Brute Funa that do a neon set. Because they do the metallic sets too, and the pastel sets. Just have to be careful that you're actually buying proper Brute Funa and not a knockoff one. Tell you what I'd love to get one day is the Color 520 pencil set. That looks amazing. Even though I can't replace them individually. 520 pencils. I think it would just be fun. Swatching it would be a nightmare. Alright. So this is one of the neon sets that they put out. But look at all these it's definitely just purple, pink, blue, green, yellow, orange. But that's a lot of bright neon colors. And like, I don't need this many neons, but I can see this being a good supplement to my set to brighten up tones and colors, because I do like vivid bright colors. That's something I am contemplating getting. But do I really need 50 neons? No. But this is the only brand that I know that does a neon kit where it's actually okay. This one won't be shipped to New Zealand. No surprise. I did find one somewhere that would ship to New Zealand. But yeah, there's a lot of neon sets out there, but I'm also trying to find one that I know blends with Prismacolor, because I'm probably going to use Prismacolor because that's easier to do the neons in it. Just having a quick nosy since we're here because I'm distracted. But yeah, if you've never seen the 520 Color set, like, look at this ridiculousness. Look how many trays of pencils there is. Like, that is just a lot of pencils. But also, still feels like it's lacking purples. Just saying. But yeah, it's like a tray of yellow, peach, pink, red. Guess it's meant to be greys. 2 trays of greens, which I guess, yeah. A tray of blue, and then a tray of green blue. And then this looks like bluey purples. It's not a lot of actual purple. And then a tray of brown and a tray of orange. So, yeah. Looks like an interesting set anyway. Maybe one day. It is a ridiculous purchase though. Anyway, distractions. I need a bit of grey. But I try not to buy pencils that I can't buy refills for, and like you can't just buy a single colour pencil. So like the set itself, not really necessary, but I think it's just the fun of having 520 pencils. There's got to be colours in there I don't have in other sets. But then once I use that colour, it's going to be like, oh, I can't replace this colour now. And if I find a colour that I love and become dependent on, it's like, now what am I going to do? And this is why I generally buy only open stock pencils. Actually, I should look at the Pablos and see if they do neons. I just thought of that. Karan Dash Pablo Neon. See if there is neons in this colour range. They just call it canary yellow. What about this yellow? Lemon yellow. Nah. Poop. But yeah, it feels a bit ridiculous buying a set of pencils just for one spread, but I just have that vision in mind. You can pull off neons without neon pencils, but I figured it's actually a really good chance to play with neon pencils. I might be able to find like a cheap set somewhere. It just needs to have the right pigmentation and be a waxy type pencil. It needs to be a creamy type pencil. I think a lot of them are oil based. I'm doing the deer picture and have some new stickles to play with. Yes. Yeah, I do have some neon acrylics. I brought these. Oh, where are we? Oof. Pesto. Yeah. So I do have these little paints here. They just call them brights, but they're really neons. I don't think I've even swatched these actually, to be perfectly honest. No, you're from the pastel set. Bright. 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 Right, right. So I do have these ones here. So I do have a little set of bright paints. Again, I haven't swatched them, but if I was to use these, because these are acrylics and they're not matte acrylics, they're not going to be like workable over the top with pencil. Right, we're fully distracted here right now. We're going to take advantage of that. Your work. Is this swatching paper? No. Are we going to use it? Yes. See, that's just really a regular purple. That's not even what I would call a neon purple. And this bright blue, I wouldn't even call this neon blue. I just call that regular blue. Yellow does look like a neon yellow in the tube. Yeah, so that's neon yellow. Yeah, I just call you a nice teal. I would not call you a fluoro. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out something to make it work. Have the vision that I want in mind. I just might have to play around a bit. Yeah, you're definitely a neon green. Trying to explode out of the tube. The colours are probably not quite accurate on camera because that's how cameras work. They don't like neons. You're definitely a neon pink. Because the other thing I thought about too was I could also just buy highlighters and use them to base. Because that would be a very cheap way to get some very bright colours. I have a couple of neon watercolors and they're all matte. You can mix something like that with watercolor pencils or something. Oh, okay. I haven't seen neon watercolors. I just found these paints, but it could be an idea. So these are the only actual pure neons. Is these 5 here. Which is the pink, the 2 oranges. Well, it's called bright red. The red, the orange, the yellow, the green, and the pink. These 3 are not neons. They're just rich tones. But yeah, those are definitely neons. It's just how are they going to dry and can I work over the top with pencil? I could use them for finishing details though. But yeah, that was the other thought, was that neon gel pens and neon highlighters are easy enough to find. And neon highlighters, which are essentially water-based markers, means that I can just base with those and then work over the top with pencils to shade. I did a background on a Colour Morgana page recently in neon watercolors. I'll send it on Insta. It was matte. Okay, that's good to know. Watercolors would be a little easier to work on top of. It's also because it's curvy, just making sure it doesn't bleed through the book. But I mean, I can work very easily in Kirby with wet media, not bleed. Neons are so fun to play with. They can be, yeah. They are also a useful tool for really brightening up your colours. So it's just finding, it's going to be a bit of play to find the material that works with how I know I like to work in order to pull off the look I want to pull off. But I will figure something out because, you know, it's the next planet. I have to finish up a water round piece first. If I get really, really stuck and I can't find the right material, I may skip the planet and come back to it because it will result. It needs like time. I need time to figure out the item. So, and I don't want to put off working in alien worlds when I love alien worlds. So yeah, if that's the case, I will just move on ahead and come back to it. Even though I like working the planets in order. You have seen what I can do with them. I have perfection. You do fabulous things with neons. What I kind of like about Alien Worlds too is that because you can do anything on the planets, it's fun to play around and see what you can come up with and just try different things. Because you can, because it's alien, so it doesn't matter. I'm very much looking forward to getting back to Alien Worlds, so. I think after the futuristic planets, the next one is like a rock planet though. Doesn't seem that exciting to me. Yeah, the Rocky Barrens. So it's going to be figuring out a fun planet color for rocks. That's a lot of rocks. Rock or gems? It's meant to be rock. There is a Crystal Kingdom. I think that's actually the very next one after it. I have worked in the Crystal Kingdom. That's my favourite one. Yeah, Rocky Barrens, the Heavenly Infernal, so lava. So I've also got to figure out lava, if I can do it in other colours and still have it look like lava. Because I don't want to just do normal lava, but we may also do normal lava. And then the Crystal Kingdom, and that's the one where you might remember us doing this one on lives for a while. Yeah, I love the Crystal Kingdom. I've already done a lot in the Crystal Kingdom, so yeah. The Crystal Kingdom is so fun. It's my favourite thing about Alien Worlds too, even all the thin imaginary rules left over in colouring disappear. I haven't done a page in there in a month or two. I'm taking until the new year, then I'm going to dive back in. Exciting! I'm excited. I like the fact that also, because I've got the compilation books, some of the Alien World pages are in the compilation books, so I can also try out different colour palettes because I've been doing, you know, each planet with its set colour palette. So that's my whip that's been a whip for ages. What colour haven't you assigned to a planet? A picture came to mind, but it would be tricky. Hey, if you've got an inspiration for me, Fud, send it through. You know I love looking at it. So we've done the Lost Paradise is our red orange sky. And then we did yellow for the Air Kingdom. So yellows with a bit of peach. And then, wow, you can see how badly I've hit that camera. Or rather, Shadow has hit that camera. I just realised it's completely twisted and has been this whole time. Okay, it's still a little twisted, but it's better. And then we did teal for the water planet. It looks kind of blue, but it is more teal. And then the futuristic planet is literally going to be rainbow neons. And because I want those neons to pop, we'll be doing like a dark navy blue, black, purple sky, like dark skies. Probably more blues. Bluey purples, I think, will be here. And then we have the Rocky Baron, so I'm not 100% sure about this one in terms of colour. And then we have the Lava Kingdom, so I need to work out what colourway we can do lava that isn't necessarily just lava colours. But we may need to make the lava look like lava. And then the Crystal Kingdom is our purple pink. And then we have the Frozen Planet. And this one, I know our sky is going to be like a very light purple. And all the snow is still going to be white, but we're going to have lots of reflex of teals and purples and pinks and light blues. And so think like very like peacock green but pastelized and royal purple but pastelized. That's what we're doing here. So I'm going to play with pastels on this planet. So I know those colors are going to be for a future planet. And then we have the techie planet, cyberpunk planet, which, yeah. I mean, it feels like it's meant to be metal. And so it might have to be coppery golds. Which I'm not opposed to, because I think it would look good with everything done in various metallic shades. And we still have our sky, so I might look at doing a green sky here, because I think the green and gold would go really well for this planet. And then we have the Forgotten Planet, which is like tech that's been grown over and reclaimed by nature. So this one can be anything. But yeah, so those are kind of the things that I've got planned. Yeah. Rock that is shot through with ore of crystal or metals so it won't be dull, but the one that came to mind was having opalized area. Opal is pretty. There's so many color. Great use to use iridescence if desired. Yes. I mean, my spaceship is the galactic glitter path, so its mission is to find the glitteriest, sparkliest, specialist nature of each planet. So, holographic dirt. How will we translate that? Okay, yes, I'm seeing glitter up. I mean, I'm not opposed to literally glittering all these pages. Like, I'm not opposed to glitter. We know this. I will glitter this entire page. But, how do we do holographic rocks? Sorry, I know we're completely distracted now, and I don't mind. We're doing things. We're investigating things. Where's Chai? Where's our geologist? Chai, if you're lurking, it's quite alright. You lurk. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me just... This here. Rainbow Aura Quartz. If I could pull this off for all these. Like, do we just go rainbow? Like, it will be a challenge. It will be one hell of a challenge, but oh my god, we could do rainbow rocks. Like, we could just do rainbow. Like, Rainbow Aura Quartz is very, very pretty. Let's just Google Rainbow Aura Quartz. Because, yeah, that gives us some very interesting colorways. And, like... because we have these big things here. And like, there's no reason why we couldn't also glitter on top of the rainbow. And then like those I could see very easily, like not easily, but you could pull them off and then take. Could work. Like, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. This whole cabin city done. Adds more glitter baskets. Yeah. No, that's an exciting looking rock. That's what I mean. I had to picture how to make it so pretty and fun, but I know it's going to be tricky. Bismuth. I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, but that's all good. Let's have a quick look at that smalt. Oh, that is cool. That is cool too. 2 seconds. Let me bring this up for those of you. Smalt is also saying we could look at these for references, which is also very cool. Does also give you some ideas for like colorways when it's a bit more structured as well, but a lot of it's very organic looking. So the Rainbow Aura Quartz, like the the build of it. See, like this here, this is a really good way to think of it, where you've got like all the little details. This also gives us like the rock texture, which is similar to at the start here. This part here looks very, like I can see that, the bottom of the hand. You can't see where my mouse is pointing. Now you can see where my mouse is pointing. In here, this texture here is very similar to this texture in here, so also would work. Glitter and rainbows would be great. I mean, yeah. We might have a plan for this one. Oh gosh. So yeah, if I can't figure out the neon thing, I can just skip ahead to this planet. Might be more helpful for your tech mech world. Yes. Although it is very cog and gear based. Although it would be a good reference for back here. If I find one that's in the colorways that I want to use for this planet, it would be a very good reference for the building structure on this planet. Because it has very much that structure. But yeah, in here it's a lot more like cogs and little sections. Like, it feels very cog-like. I mean, this is way towards the back. I'm happy to leave that one to last. It's not an exciting planet to me. I mean, these other planets I love more than others. I mean, I love the Crystal Kingdom. That's why I started in the Crystal Kingdom before I joined the group. I love the Crystal Kingdom. I still have a couple more in the Crystal Kingdom to do, which I'm going to have to hope like heck I wrote down my colorway somewhere. I'll figure it out. But yeah, it's actually a damn good idea. Alright, I need to write this down because I will forget. Because it's me, and I have 1,000,000,001 things in my brain. Suddenly the dull seeming page isn't looking so dull. Yeah, you've definitely made the rocks a lot more exciting for me, because I was sitting here going, this page is going to be so boring. Like, it's so much rock. I would rather colour flowers. But now it's like rainbow or a quartz, rocks, plus glitter. I mean, that's given, but you know. So if we're doing rainbow for all the rocks, because I still need to choose a specific sky color, because like, you know, we do have a bunch of sky coming through. So we have full on rainbow, and I would have just done probably dark blue for the previous sky. We've done reds, we've done yellows, we've done pinks / purples. We've got a green potentially coming up. We would have just done blue. I still feel like the sky will need to be dark to make that rainbow pop. Or pale muted. Yeah. It needs to be something in comparison. Like the photos that... Well, hold up. Let's just look at the background of the photos. What do people display these rocks on? Because that'll help us. So we've got it on white there, which does make the colours pop. I don't know if I want to do a white sky. I do like the white crystal ones too, but that would be even harder to do. The opalescent crystals. I like the full-on colour rainbow crystals. Foil slip covered metal. It's how I keep track of my utensils with so many roommates. That is very... Yeah, that's kind of what we're going for here, what we're thinking about here. They're kind of on black. Yeah, I think with the colorway, like here it is on wood, and you lose a lot of, because we've got that yellow, it makes the yellow pop out in here a bit more. So whatever color I choose is going to make a color stand out even more. I might just have to do grays. Maybe the sky is gray, like all the color is in the planet, and in turn the sky just looks dull. Maybe the sky is just gray. Oh, sorry. Put you back on there and then turn that off. Alright. Yeah, pale greys, white and beige is what I'm seeing them displayed on. The pale muted grey might be the one. Yeah. Like, grey sky isn't too exciting to me, but if we've got bright rainbow rocks, it would make sense to go a bit duller in the sky. Just to, like, I mean, it might be as I color a page and then it comes to me as I'm coloring it that, hey, we should make this color pop out more. But the grey would probably be the most effective. Yeah. But yeah, I like it. I like that idea a lot. I'll just put question mark grey. Okay. And that means that, as I said, if I can't figure out this neon thing, we'll just skip ahead to this planet. And then we'll detour back to the other planet when I figure out the supplies. Right, that was a very effective distraction. Right. Oh god, this camera is so out of whack. And also covered in more cat fur. Alright, are we twisted? Nope, we look alright. If you have a jumping off point, that's the main thing, yeah. Maybe the sky could be more greyish, grey beige. That's possible too. It could, you know what the perfect colour for the sky might be, Smalt? Grey mink. The mink might be the right colour. That grey with a little bit of warmth and a little bit of tone to it. Actually, it'd be real pretty to pick up like a granulating grey watercolour for the sky as well. And let that be the sky. Anyway. That's Alien Worlds. We're not meant to be working on Alien Worlds. We're meant to be working on this. Dark mink could be it. Latte Nebula. Yes. It's going to take a while to figure out those rocks anyway. I might even have to photocopy the page and just do some experiments to see how it all works. But that's definitely a good starting off point. And as I said, it means that by the time I finish the next spread, if I want to carry on and I can't find the right neon products for what I want, I can skip ahead to the next planet and then gives me something to work on for a while until I can figure out. Apparently all the colors in the universe average out to a beige color, and it's called Cosmic Nebula. Cosmic Latte, rather. Ah, okay. Okay, so hold up. I'm going to Google that because I have to. That is a legit color. Cosmic Latte, everybody. Oh, that's great. That is great. I mean, for the joke, it's almost worthwhile doing that for the sky color. Hey Chai, we were calling for you before. We're like, where's Chai? We need our geologist. You missed talking about rocks. We were just talking about rocks. I was right. There you go. Oh my goodness. So that's how you came up with your username, Chai. I love that. I guess, right, Chai's name is a reference to that. It's an excellent reference. We were talking about alien worlds, and I was talking about neons, and we went on a deep dive about neons because I'm trying to find a right set of neons to work on the next planet in alien worlds. But we were looking at future planets and stuff like that, and after the water realm, there is this futuristic world that I want to do cyberpunk, hence why I need some more neons and why we're deep diving neons. But then after that, there's a rock kingdom, and I was saying that for the rock kingdom, it wasn't really inspiring me. And then we went on a deep dive of rainbow aura quartz because that was suggested, and colouring in this planet rainbow aura quartz. And yeah, it just set me down a tangent, and it's like, okay, cool. And then I was like, oh, but what am I going to do the sky? Because with the rocks being so rainbow and colourful and glittery, we're going to want a muted sky colour. So we're talking about greys and stuff. And that's how Cosmic Latte came up. And I'm going to write it down. Latte. Because that is an excellent background colour as well. So yeah, we were talking about rocks. I can see a world having dull, cloudy skies all the time. It's called Dunedin. No, serious. It's like a planet that's very humid and hot, which means it's consistently covered in clouds like Venus. To be fair, though, I was listening to several other streams at once. That's all good. I did say if you were lurking, lurk away. It's quite alright. Just like, we're talking about rocks. We need chai. But yeah, I quite like the idea. It's going to be a lot of work to pull it off, but I think it's going to look very, very cool. I'm just glad I got confirmation that Chai's name is from Cosmic Latte. I can't believe it's an actual colour, but I love it. I love it. And it is quite a good background colour as well. Oh my gosh, it's 3:30. Time flies when you're having fun and very distracted. Oh, is Streamcord letting you, has Streamcord changed and made it so that you can actually have, like, more than 5 again? Because they changed it so you could only have 5, and it was stupid and annoying. Without paying. It's been a while since I've looked at Streamcord. It's been a while since I've looked at Discord. Let's face it, I barely go on Discord. I have a Discord and I barely go on my own Discord. I admit it's just not an app I use a lot. Honestly, if you ever need to message me, your best bet is Instagram. That's the one social media app that I'm usually pretty consistent on. All the others, I'm just like, no. No, only 5, but I subscribed to them. It was very cheap. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. Because I went to edit mine and add someone else in, and they were like, nope, you gotta pay. And I was like, but I have like 35 people on here, or 25 or something. I can't take this down to 5. We're doing the same thing that we did at the top, in that we're going to colour in the grass and the flowers, all in the greens, and then we're going to pull out the reds in the Posca. We're going to have to do a little bit more work with the Posca down here, just because we can't just put red dots. We're going to have to be a little bit more pedantic in how we place things, but it will still be okay. Do, 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 do. Itchy nose, happy the season. Do 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 do. Oh, sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Oh. A little bit more rock texture. Do, 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 do. Okay. All right, let's begin with. I do need to Posca over these little strands here, but that's also going to get destroyed when I do the water. But we might still do it anyway and then just fix it up. So let's start by adding in some of our darker reds. Got some brighter reds. I'm trying to keep the dark Posca towards the bottom and the lighter Posca towards the top, and work in like little clusters, so it looks like the flowers with a bit of shading. These ones down here won't have much. We need to fade those out slightly. We'll add in some more. Just keep building up little clusters of flowers. Drop my basket. Oh, come here, come here. Oh, trying to bend down. Alright, so I'm going to pull out the beige. Now this may not be, actually I wonder if the pink would be better. A couple of this one. Actually I think this would work better. So we're going to use the coral pink and use this to really lighten up a couple of areas, but we're going to remove little hints of some lighter areas. Fill in some of those areas with little bits of red. Make our flower bush look a little bit more fuller. And yes, you do end up with Posca all over your fingertips. But it's easier than sitting there and trying to pedantically colour around everything and pedantically colour around the flowers, because you can just colour in the whole bush and then you pull out the flowers. And I think it looks quite effective. Right, now we do have some leaves on top that we want to dot back in. We'll use this opportunity to cover up the big black lines. While we aren't doing line lists, we have managed to hide quite a few lines, so use this to help keep hiding some of those lines. Use that to add some more texture into these areas and make our green look a little bit less flat. I'm also going to take some of the beige, which has barely been used, so it's very active. Do the same thing again and just bring in a couple of brighter highlights. Just because I don't want it to smudge in too many places. Use a tissue to pick up the excess. Those dried before I could smudge them enough. Dot on top with a little bit of red and smudge over it. Okay, one flower bush. Now we've got a white one down here. Now our white is going to be too white. It's going to be very stark white. We can use some beige. We need from memory, this is quite a light grey. Yeah. Slate grey is the dark grey. This is the light grey. This is going to be the same thing. We're going to use this to shadow in our flowers. Up the excess. White. You might be fuller. I need to get more white Poscas. All my whites are running very low. And And you say I'm using a chunkier one here? Ooh, you're juicy. You're very juicy. Too juicy to rub off with my finger. Not as juicy. Right, we're going to have to do some cleanup with the green pencil on these white flowers. But, especially because we've removed part of it, it's real easy to work over. It does give us the white flowers without being extremely, like, obvious splotch of paint white. But the illusion of little white flowers. Because when you're looking at it from far away, so you're not looking close up as well. Another idea for your rock page, I have some caramel latte dice that are really pretty. Going to see in the short vid. Ooh, okay. Then bring in some grass. That went too far. That's okay, we can fix that up. That one. Bring in some of this Posca. So with this, basically where the top of the strand is, streaking it on and then using my finger to stroke it down longwards, and that means you get a crisp tip, but it fades down at the end. And it makes it look more like a natural highlight on a strand of grass. So just dotting in little ends, and then the bottom of it, sweep it down. As long as you don't bump the top like I did there. Get little strokes that look like grass highlights. Jester, hello. My IQ test results came back. They were negative. Welcome in, Jester. That is so pretty. That would be very pretty to pull off for the planet as well. So many ideas. You'll have the best ideas. The most challenging ideas, but the best ideas. How are you today, Jester? Welcome in. Just got done watching day one of a dog show with a friend. Got another round tomorrow. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Sounds like a good way to spend some time with some friends and enjoy your day. We are working on a very complicated page from the Disney Dreams coloring book by Thomas Kinkade Studios. I like how it's progressing. We've made a bit of progress today. Just making a mess of the grass, but the mess is working, so I'm okay with it. Alright, and here we get a lot more to the point where it's almost going to be quite a bit of the apple green. But we'll use this with the intention of covering up those lines as well, because we'll bring in some yellow. There's quite a bright highlight around there. Highlight goes down around here. Use this to cover up the greens on here. Right. Because we can work over faded out Posca, we'll just re-darken in certain areas. I just realised that I entirely missed this edge of this rock, but that's okay. Gotta go walk the cat now. All good. Thank you so much for being here, hun. Enjoy your walk. I can word. And give Tama extra scriptures from me. I'm bumping the camera a ton. Again, I've still really got to find a better way to mount this camera so it doesn't wiggle as much when I work. I'm trying to be conscious of it, but I always forget. Because it's me. I just get into working and then I forget that I shouldn't be tap, 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 tap. But I also kind of have to go tap, 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 tap when I'm doing lots of brush strokes. Right, yellow Posca. And same idea. Just going to highlight in this little gap. Stroke it down so it's not as obvious. Yeah, most of the grass is done in Posca, but that's okay because it gives us grass. I was told I should join a dog show as a judge. I picked out a dog from each group that ended up winning in their groups. We'd like to do this at each show. Oh, our dog breed from each group. Well done. Obviously, you know your stuff. Now there are some extra colours that are worked into the grass that I do want to bring in a little bit. So I've got the purple. Bring a little bit of purple in here. Everything has a million colours. Oh, alright. This side's yucky. What the heck am I going to do for those? Because I can tell you right now I don't have the right Poscas because I have a very... I'm hitting the camera. I have orange and apricot. And apricot I can tell you right now is not the right colour because it's very, very peachy. And that's not right either. And see, like, we haven't used orange on anything else. That's the part that kind of annoys me with down here, is this is a very odd colour when you look at the whole page. Like, when you look at the example page, we've got all these purples and yellows, and we do have yellow and orange, but then you come down here and it's a completely different type of orange. It's not this pinky warm orange that they've used all the way through. It's a burnt orange with a bit of brown. And like, we've used these brown, but it's a red brown. It's not this brown. Like, this is a real coppery brown. And it's just odd. It's the only section with this color tone in it. So it makes me want to keep swinging my eye down here because it's the only color tone in that family. Which is why I am also thinking maybe we just ignore this and we take inspiration from these colors to keep it more harmonious and bring it down here. Like, we can still have the warmer yellow flowers down here, but we bring in more, we don't make it so burnt orangey. Oh, though, to be perfectly honest, my brain's also getting a bit frazzled now. Like, the only other colour that we could kind of tie in as similar as Eugene's pants, but they even are more yellow based than these flowers. Like, it's not the same. No, I'll have to think about that one. I think we might be better just to do a little bit more of our own interpretation down here. Because again, we don't have to copy. We aren't copying. We're not trying to reproduce it exactly. We're doing... It's got a bit of our own interpretation because it has to be. Being that this is... The example is an oil painting. Yeah. Keep using the colours you're already using. Yeah, it just ties in so much better to keep using the existing colours. Sounds like you're getting EP. Yeah. I am starting to feel it in my brain. Like, I'm starting to stare at this and just be like... Because it is a lot of thinking. This is not easy colouring. Sometimes I can colour a page and I don't have to think. But this one I have to keep thinking. Which I don't mind. Like, I am enjoying the challenge. I want to make that clear. But I'm also like... We've just hit 6 hours and it's been 6 hours of me almost consistently keeping my brain on. We've had some distractions. So I think for today, I think we might call it here on this page. Like, as much as I want to keep streaming, I think I need to listen to my brain. I also really need to get my foot up because it's really starting to hurt. So I think for now I should probably just go lie on the bed, have a break from my brain. I'll probably, like, after an hour or so of rest, actually be like good to go, but I'll just colour for myself tonight. Yeah. I could say, like, I'll take an hour's break from stream and be back, but I also don't want to commit to that because it could be a lot more than an hour. I could wake up and be done. I could decide I'm getting up and playing video games. But either way, I think my brain needs a bit of a break. We've made a lot of progress today, though. Like, we finished off the sky, we did all the city, we did all the trees, we did all the bridge, and we've done most of down here. Like, that was a lot of work done. And I really like how it's progressing. So, yeah. So yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday where we will do these last little plants. We will then start working on these guys, and once that's all done, then we can have all our colours that we need for the water, and we'll begin on this chaos of the water. I'm going to have to figure out something in the meantime for all these pencils, or write down a ton of colours and a ton of Posca colours, because the pile around me is absolutely ridiculous. Like, there are so many pens, so many pencils, so many colorways all around me. You've done amazing, more than I could possibly dream of doing in one sitting. Thank you. Stream can sometimes keep me focused, even with the distractions. Like, if I wasn't streaming this and just working on this on my own, I would have stopped hours ago, because I would have been like, nah, it's getting too hard on my brain. But because I'm streaming, I'm like, no, I want to keep going for a while. And then I get into the swing of it, and then we stop and have a break and chat about Alien Worlds for 40 minutes. But I love it. I love it. I love streaming. I love hanging out with you guys. It makes it a lot more enjoyable to hang out and do these things for hours and hours on end. And it's been a wonderful stream. So for those of you on YouTube, this is of course where we will leave you. But on Twitch, we can do a thing called raiding, which is where we take our community and we find someone else who's streaming and move over there and say, hey, you're cool, let's hang. And I know where we're going to go and raid. Because they often come and hang out with us and they do raid into us for a bit, and I've never been able to catch them live, so I can actually catch them live once. I've already clicked into the raid screen. Can someone on the Twitch chat please do !raid, bring up the raid message? We're going to go and raid the wonderful Stitches with Sam. They raid us very often. They are a very wonderful chill stream again. They're currently doing some cross-stitching for a wedding sampler. Frog themed, very cute, very adorable, and they're a wonderful friend of the channel, so it'll be nice to go over there and give some love back to them as well. So yes, for all our YouTube friends, we can't take you with us, so this is where we'll leave you. But for our Twitch friends, let's go and share some love with the wonderful Sam and go and see some beautiful embroidery. In the meantime, I will be back on Tuesday. We will do more of this page. We will hopefully finish off this page. I doubt we'll finish off this page, but we will finish off the flowers and hopefully finish off the characters of the boat, which will leave us Friday for finishing off the water. Take care of yourself. Make sure you hydrate, stretch, all the good stuff. All the araha to you all. And, you know, look after yourself. It's a crazy season. Look after yourself. And yeah, we will see you all in, what are we, Sunday? 2 days. Yeah, words. Anyway, take care.